Madam Secretary, please note that all council members are in attendance and we have a full quorum. Now I'll open the meeting. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. As always, we welcome all of our citizens who choose to come here tonight to witness the business of the council, and we also welcome you to speak on any matter during citizens' communication at the appropriate time. Now I'll go into announcements and reminders. Do we have any?
No, sir. The only really reminder or announcement would be that if we are able to get through the rest of the departments today, we will cancel tomorrow's posted meeting.
Okay, any public or employee recognitions?
No, sir.
Any items from council? Hearing none, I'll move on to citizens' communication. Anyone who wants to speak to council tonight, please step forward.
We have the meeting set up through Zoom, and so the public was invited to participate in today's meeting through Zoom, and I believe there are some individuals in Zoom, and so we want to give them an opportunity to virtually raise their hand if they have something to say.
Okay.
James, anything? Okay.
Hearing none, we'll move on. I don't believe there's any items with public hearings. There's no consent agenda. So we'll move on into the presentation, or do we want to handle the agenda item?
There's an agenda item.
The agenda item.
session.
Yeah.
And I will say too, as I should have mentioned this under reminders, but we did fix the microphone issues yesterday. You know, we couldn't hear ourselves through the speaker here, but now we can. And it's important that we do try and speak into the mic because that captures us better through Zoom. There was a little bit of difficulty yesterday in people hearing us through Zoom, so we want to make sure that they can hear us accordingly. And I don't know what he's doing over there, but
Except for the feedback.
yeah.
I would like to say I was with you last night in your meeting, and it was right wonderful to just watch, not to say anything. So I may try it again sometime. So we want to go on into action item E1.
Yes,
Mr.
Mayor,
Gooch?
this was an emergency addendum to the agenda that we added this afternoon in case a member of the public may have looked at this earlier and wondered why we have something now. Due to the imminent threat of public health resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, we added an item to continue a state of local disaster that the mayor declared this afternoon.
So move.
Second.
Is there any discussion on this matter? I would like you to explain the time period of this, Mr. Gooch, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir. Due to the discussion that we had the last time we had one of these continuation resolutions on the agenda, there was some expressed concern about having an indefinite continuation of the disaster declaration. The mayor thought it would be prudent this time around to have a specific time period attached to the continuation rather than having it be merely indefinite. One thing that we know is that the governor is renewing his orders every 30 days, his proclamations of a disaster. And so we thought it prudent to wait until the next time that the governor is likely to extend his disaster declaration so that council can see what the governor does, whether he chooses to continue or not. And then at the next regularly scheduled meeting thereafter, we would have another resolution to continue this our local state of disaster. And so if you do the math, that works out to the governor is likely to reinstate his disaster declaration around July 10th. His last 30-day extension was on June 11th. So somewhere around the second week of July, he's likely to extend again. And so that would mean at our second meeting in July, on July 21st, excuse me, on July 21st, we'll have a resolution to continue this again.
And from my perspective, I would always prefer to have councils being with me on these things. And I appreciate all of y'all's support and input when we have to do these things. So,
I would also like to add too that David with the Health Department is here to answer any questions that you might have about what is currently going on with COVID in our community. I know he's not always available to address you as a body, and so he is available tonight should you have any questions or should you want to hear from him on the matter.
I would like to hear from him.
There you go.
Yeah, I'll go ahead, I'll give a quick
Just what
brief,
you
and then I'll be available to answer questions. Thank you, Mayor and Council and staff, for having me here tonight. Obviously, we've seen a continued threat. We've seen a lot more cases in the past week or so. I think as of yesterday, we're up 120 or so in the past 7 days. Just got a report from our EPI team a while ago. I think we're sitting in the neighborhood of 20-plus cases again. So hindsight, it's not 38. But still, we don't want to see those numbers at all. Hopefully, we're on a downward trend. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case, but that's, obviously going day to day. That's what we hope for. We've seen, as I spoke a little earlier in the press conference, we're really seeing a lot of these in the younger folks right now in the 20s and 30s and some 40s. Obviously goes in line with increased social activities. It kind of keeps to that behavior. A lot of these, luckily, are seeing minor symptoms. Not seeing any major symptoms in most of them. There are some isolated cases that are seeing some more severe symptoms. However, our fear is where they can transmit that disease to in kind of the second stage of this infection with this group. As you know, the past weekend was Father's Day. All it takes is a few of the younger folks to go home to their parents and, possibly infect some of those that are older generation or maybe more medically susceptible or immunocompromised and have some more serious effects. One of the major indicators as far as actions that we do take is really monitoring the acute healthcare systems in the hospitals here locally and in the region. Luckily, up until today, we've been in pretty good status as far as available beds, available ICUs, beds as well. I don't know if that's going to be the case moving forward the next few weeks. Hopefully, there still is plenty available moving forward, but that's one thing we're really keeping a close eye on. Because again, that is really the key piece to this response is to being able to manage and take care of those both COVID patients and other patients that are in needing acute care in the hospitals. So things we're paying really close attention to. Again, obviously, to combat this, we really encourage the use of facial coverings and keep social distancing at all times. And just really be cognizant about where you are and who you're around at all times, and to really slow the spread. As I mentioned earlier, keep in mind that, we had low numbers about a month and a half, 2 months ago, but keep in mind also what we're doing in those 2 months. We're social distancing, we're wearing facial coverings a lot of the time. So I think, I know obviously things have opened back up, social activities have increased, but we can still do some of those social activities and social distance as well, and be cognizant of, obviously the virus spread and what you can do to prevent that. So available for any questions if you had any.
Hey, but I got a couple. We have a testing site coming up Thursday, Friday?
Yes,
Is that true?
he can speak to that.
We do have a testing site coming up at the Victoria Community Center. Thursday is going to be 8 to 4, and then Friday 8 to 12. It's in coordination with the Texas Division of Emergency Management and Texas Military Department. Basically, we worked with city and county staff to provide a venue for free testing, essentially, to the public, to those that need it. We want to obviously encourage those folks that may be symptomatic, may have previous exposure, to visit the test site and get a test done. We obviously don't want just folks just curious, because again, this is not to clarify, it's not an antibody test. It is a viral test where it will see if you have the virus right now. You're not going to be able to get and see if you had it a month ago. So we want to encourage those folks that are symptomatic or that may be at risk of the virus to go and get a test done.
Do you know, what is the anticipated turnaround time on receiving those results? Do you know?
That's a really good question. Typically, we're seeing about a 2 to 3 day turnaround on the standard viral test. These aren't the rapids they're doing, from what I understand. I would anticipate we're doing, Thursday and Friday testing. Hopefully by early next week, Monday and Tuesday, we'll have those results. But it's going to be a strictly state-run operation. Hopefully we can get that. I just can't speak directly and specifically on it.
Are they going to be, particularly if people are symptomatic and they're going to get tests, are they going to be encouraging people then to self-quarantine following?
Depending on the results of the test, what we'll do is we'll receive those. They'll send those back to us just like any local lab or hospital would do. They would send those labs back to us, and then we can issue guidance and offer guidance and instruction on what they would need to do for quarantine and isolation upon receipt of a positive.
And obviously, I think we would encourage anybody that's having symptoms to quarantine themselves already, just for the public safety.
Yeah, for sure. And then, if you don't have a test done, you have the means to go get a test done right now, definitely call your medical provider or your, a walk-in clinic, go in and get tested now. There will be, for those symptomatic individuals visiting the site, from what we understand and other past clinics and sites they've offered to do, that they have done in the past, they're going to be handing out masks for folks to be able to wear a facial covering and socially distance within that facility and outside the facility to make sure they don't spread the virus if they do have it at that time.
I think it's important for the public to understand that if they get a test and it's negative, that's a snapshot of that particular moment. It doesn't mean that they can't catch it an hour later. So, I mean, people get a negative test and they just assume they're negative.
Sure.
But again, that's a snapshot of a moment in time.
Exactly, and that's the exact phrase I used earlier. It's a moment in time at this time, and that's why we really don't encourage folks that are not symptomatic and have no exposures. It's really not going to help to go get a test, Thursday or Friday, because it's going to show absolutely. You could get sick or be exposed, that day or the next day, and then you're symptomatic and you actually do have the virus 2 or 3 days later. Yeah, good point.
And on the other side, and I think what Dr. Young is trying to say, so I'm just going to repeat, is that if you feel like you have symptoms that you want to get tested, by all means get tested, but that means isolate yourself because you already have suspected this. Don't wait for the test results on Monday or Tuesday and do your normal activities in between.
Right, absolutely, absolutely. Thank you for pointing that out. Definitely if you are, symptomatic and you do go to get a test, isolate and then wait on those results. And hopefully they're negative, and then you can kind of to move on. But if you are even sick in general, well, it may not be COVID, it may be something else. Stay home. That's not the only thing going around right now. We're seeing a lot of cases in the hospitals and the ICU that are not COVID. There are other illnesses. Some are respiratory, and luckily we're in the summer. We don't have a whole lot of other respiratory, but we're not far away from respiratory illness season. Coming up in the fall, and when there's flu and there's other viruses that are going around and affect the respiratory system.
One more healthcare question. I know we talk a lot about social distancing, we talk a lot about masks, which I certainly encourage in all cases, but I see posters about hand washing, but we don't talk about that. But that is still as effective. Masks have not replaced hand washing, correct?
Absolutely, thank you for bringing that up. And it's really a combination of everything, and that's just another way to spread the virus is, have the virus in your hands, touching your face, touching your mouth, eating, whatever it may be. So we definitely encourage hand washing as well. And then, vigorous cleaning practices within your home and in business. That's another thing to really help spread or stop the spread of the virus. So thank you for pointing that out.
Is Pam set up still as a COVID facility?
I think they are still. I don't know the exact details about it. They may still have a few patients there. I don't know about the volume of incoming and outgoing patients. I can't really speak to that right now. We just don't have the details. Obviously we do have patients in our hospitals here and DTAR and citizens they're treating also. But you're not planning to transfer from citizens or DTAR to Pam and keep it all COVID over at Pam? Correct. The plan right now, as far as I'm aware of in the hospitals, is not to move every patient from DTAR or citizens over there. I know they are equipped, Pam is equipped to handle COVID positive patients for the long-term acute care. But I don't think there's a plan that I'm aware of to move patients out of citizens or DTAR to do that. Thank you.
One thing I would like to add that for council members that didn't see the press conference today or have a chance to look at it, is that the judge and I, even though we felt that this rose to the occasion of declaring an emergency to make sure we had all the tools at our disposal in the bag, it is not our intent at this time to issue orders. Our intent is to do what we did before, which was quite effective. Our law enforcement agencies mobilized to go and share and inform the public of what social distancing means. I believe they even helped restaurants to determine what their occupancy was and assist them. And I would anticipate that would be a lot of what happens in this. I reached out to the Chamber of Commerce, and we're going to have a meeting with their executive committee of their board tomorrow so that they can hear what Dr. McNeil and David have to say about the situation. And we're going to encourage them to use their members to help adopt proper procedures that are really outlined in the document that the governor issued at the beginning of this. And I think it's safe to say, I can say I'm guilty of it. You know, when everything was going down, I think we all let our guard down a little bit. And it's time to raise that guard again with what we're dealing with. We can't anticipate fully what the amount is. I think Dr. McNeil made the statement, something today similar to if you're in large crowds with people you don't know, or you're around people that join you in crowds that you don't know, and there's a lot of them, you've probably been exposed. And we've got to understand that.
Absolutely, and we've classified now, essentially classified as widespread community transmission, which has been the highest rate of transmission that we've had, even going back to the beginning of the outbreaks we have in other facilities. If you keep in mind, look back about a month ago, we're having, no cases, 2 cases, 1 or 5 a day at most. Keep in mind what we're doing at that time. We're wearing facial coverings and socially distancing. So we know that works. So that's why we're really just going back to that, because we showed it worked. Obviously, it's, cases have gone up because in a lot of social gatherings, you're not able to do that. So we're just asking folks to do that again. We showed it really slowed the spread of the virus and worked initially.
Any more
David, I was going to
questions?
say, I know there's a poster out there that you can put at your place of business. It talks about social distancing and the mask and how to clean all your, places where people touch and things like that. I know my girls printed it out, but I didn't see whether they got it from what website they got it from.
And
But it has a lot of good points on there. They're just like, very exact to the point, and you don't have to read a lot of stuff.
And I think that is a good point. I think that was something the task force may have developed.
And
The
I
city
think
and
our
county.
PIOs are working on that.
Yeah, there's been a lot of great coordination, both with the city and county. I want to point that out. I mean, obviously, we're a county department, but, there's been, we're actually utilizing city staff right now to assist us in the investigation of contact tracing.
Right.
So there's been a great coordination with that, with the strike team that gone out to educate those businesses, as well as on the response side right now in the investigation of contact tracing. So we definitely appreciate the city lending that staff out to us to help. It really is a combined effort.
Thank you very much.
Thank y'all. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we had a motion and a second. Any more discussion? Hearing none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
We will continue on to the workshop portion of today's meeting, which of course is a continuation of our budget discussions. You may recall that yesterday we left off committing to starting today with the motel tax section. And so I want to call Derek up, and he's going to kick off today discussing our motel tax. And that would be tab 9.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen through all these presentations. For me, I always look at the budget process a lot like Christmas. You see, in September, we're all going to show up here expecting to open a book and see what we get. This process, we've all been sort of patiently and anxiously waiting to come up here and tell you what we want for Christmas. And I think if it weren't for the social distancing rules, Jesus might want a picture of us each after the presentation. But so I want to talk through sort of the wish list, and I kind of equate some of these wish lists to different kids. You've always got that one kid who asks for something practical, like a new backpack for school or the new tennis shoes. That's Thomas and his department, right? They didn't ask for much. You've got those other kids that always ask for the cool things that no other kid's ever heard of, but now they want it. That's the police department and the fire department, always, right? So, and then you've always got that one kid who has the interest of his siblings in mind, because he knows if he asks for those things, that his sibling has to let him play with it too. So that's a lot of what I'm going to do in the Motel Tax Fund. I'm gonna ask for some things for some other folks, and hopefully we get there. Real quickly, the goals of the Motel Tax Fund for next fiscal year. As in all funds, we want to make sure we preserve a healthy fund balance, ensuring we maintain a positive bond rating, and we position ourselves to withstand anything, whether it's COVID-19, another Hurricane Harvey, or any other disaster or situation that may come. And that includes being mindful of good years as well. So we want to preserve that fund balance. Secondly, we want to fully fund all of the agreements with all of our outside agencies meeting performance requirements. And even in this year, we're working very hard with current agencies whose events have been canceled or changed to try to find ways to help them meet their performance requirements and to benefit them, because by benefiting them, it benefits the city with using these dollars. And lastly, we want to utilize the Convention and Visitors Bureau to promote local events and tourism opportunities in the city with this fund. You'll see that the biggest ask in this fund as far as transfers goes to the CVB. And we want to help that group promote the tourism, hospitality and tourism industry in Victoria through this. Real quick, just as a refresher, many of you probably know this, but the way this fund gets its money is from a tax on all hotel room night stays of less than 30 days and over $2 per night. That tax is a 13% tax. It's split with 6% going to the state of Texas's general fund and 7% going to a special fund, a restricted fund, mandated to meet certain requirements on the expenses by the state. So,
State one and general funded, the slide says hot fund.
that's great. It is I'm sorry, that's a good catch. It is the state's general fund that it goes to.
That's why they don't have to do as much promoting of tourism, huh?
That's correct. They do sometimes use it to build ballparks in Arlington and things like that, but, you know. So quickly, I'm going to walk through these numbers. I want to cover what these numbers mean, and in the next slide, we'll talk about how they're different from the current year. Real quickly, I want to point out to you, you may have already caught it in your book. I think it's page 117 on the big book. You'll notice that the total expenses in this fund are $1.5 million. I'm talking about $1.172 million. Danielle Williams with Main Street will talk about the other $341,000 in a coming presentation. So kind of wanted to proactively get that out there so you weren't wondering why I was not talking about all of the money. So quickly on our personnel and benefits, roughly 13,000 of that is going to pay for 20% of the cost of a new grant administrator. Remember, that was what finance talked about. So this is me being the sibling asking for money to help my sibling out with that finance. But believe me, I plan to use the grant administrator. So then the other 76,499 is used to pay for a third of, I guess that's actually my salary, but a third of one ACM. And then 15% of an accounting manager. Under contractual services, there's $86,800 there. 76,800 goes to pay for the sports tournament program, kind of run through the Parks and Recreation Department. And $10,000 goes to resource professional services. They audit hotel taxes and provide a couple of other financially based services to the city. Lastly, the biggest line item there is in the transfers. That is $795,566 to the Convention and Visitors Bureau Fund and $200,000 to the Community Center Fund. In this year's budget, you'll see the change, again, $13,854 for the grant administrator. Contractual services, we reduced by $149,000. Now, that can be misleading if we just leave it at that. We are today reducing by $149,000 in this conversation. It is our hope that you will, after we go through the process that I'll describe next, allocate some of that funding, and traditionally it's been about $135,000 to $150,000 to outside agencies that meet a set of criteria and achieve a set of performance standards in order to gain essentially grants from this fund. And then transfers are increased by $150,000. This is, again, picking up what has been a normal transfer to the Community Center Fund for operations, but was put on hold for FY 2020. In addition to just making the transfer to cover the Bootfest Fund an additional $100,000 that is there. And then capital outlay, we reduced that this year. We're not doing the project that was done, I guess, in the current fiscal year for that. Quickly, I'll talk through what our process is for that outside agencies funding. By mid-July, we hope to bring advertisements and open the application process for outside agencies. By late July, we'll have applicant workshops and close our application period so that we've accepted them all. In early August, we hope to establish a hot funds committee and have them make recommendations to you as a city council. There are some things in the work, either to use the traditional hot funds committee that we've used in the past, or Joel and the CVB, we're working to help you develop a tourism advisory council that will do this among many other things that promote tourism in Victoria. Then in early September, the council, we would ask you to consider a resolution awarding these funds to outside agencies. And between the time that the new fiscal year begins, we would get all those agreements signed with those outside agencies that you choose to award funding to. And then in October, effective October 1st, people can start receiving funding if they, or start participating in the activities that would receive funding. And then with their first quarterly request, they would request sort of a drawdown of their funds. So from going forward for the beyond next year, we want to make sure that we continue this distribution or this grant program of hotel occupancy tax funds that do promote the hotel or the hospitality and the tourism industry in Victoria. And we want to make sure we collaborate with tourism partners to develop Victoria as a destination city. We were talking earlier in my office and kind of talking through some of this presentation. I got some advice from some folks a bit more local than I am. And there is a lot to love about Victoria. There is no reason it should not be a destination city, and we just have to make sure we tell that story and share that with people and find ways that we as a community express the love that we have for this city. My family's been here only a few months, and most of it's been spent locked in the house, but we love it. So, I think many people who've had the benefit of getting here a few years earlier than us feel the same way. And we just need to get better at telling that story. So in summary, I've given you a proposed budget that does not include your hotel allocations and does not include the Main Street Fund, the Main Street programs that Danielle will talk about later. We have decreased the overall budget by $406,000. That's a reduction in the capital outlay, but we did add the grant writer piece to it. So when we add back if you allocate about 150,000, 135,000, somewhere in there, to the funding, then we would still see a reduction in the fund of about $250,000.
Would that be a nice goal to challenge the grant writer with?
What would that be?
$406,000.
Sure, if he can make that money up, then we could, it'd be fantastic. So with that, I'm happy to answer your questions.
On page 121 of the book, you have budget highlights for 2020, and it says funded 150,000. It should be 135,000. If you look at
Oh, for the current fiscal year?
Yes. It's just, that's what we discussed before.
Right.
That's
We
correct.
Took it down, but if you look at the other part, the actual numbers,
It's
it says
correct.
135.
Right.
yes.
Okay, that's an easy fix.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that up.
That's page 121. The 150 is,
It says budget highlights.
okay. It's in the chart also.
Your hot funds committee, what's that gonna consist of?
Traditionally, it's consisted of, and you guys can chime in if you want, but traditionally it's consisted of a few folks that are engaged in the tourism industry and involved in hospitality through hotels or other tourism partners and attractions.
So normally, what CVB has done for quite some time now is that they have these quarterly meetings with stakeholders, which includes representatives from the museums, it includes representatives from the hotels. And so from that group, and I don't know what the size of it, what's the size of the group?
Typical attendance is about 30 to 35.
No, I mean for the one that reviews the
The hot tax committee.
allocations.
That's been, excuse me, That's actually been handled through the legal department in years past, and that is a group of about 6 people representing hoteliers, the tourism industry, sports, and historical preservation.
And those 6 stem from this larger group that meets on a quarterly basis. One of the ideas that we want to bring forward at some point is the establishment of a formal tourism advisory council, tourism advisory board, which those slots would be appointed by council, similar to, a parks board or whatever the case may be. It's not uncommon for cities to have that type of board. But that way they can kind of be more formally engaged, in the process, and there's a whole other slew of benefits that we could cross that bridge when we get to it, but eventually, that's the group that would be involved with this process.
Mr. Garza?
Yes,
Does that
ma'am.
mean that the awarding of the contracts is going to be shifted from legal to Derek?
Yes, we're in the process of shifting that process from the legal department over to city manager's office and tourism. Because they're obviously the ones that deal with these groups and these stakeholders on a day-to-day basis. And so we felt it was perhaps a little bit more appropriate to have the folks that every single day are dealing with these stakeholders kind of overseeing that process. And it creates hopefully some capacity for legal. I think yesterday I mentioned about how that's something to keep an eye on because of all the added work that we're bringing to legal. And so the idea is hopefully shifting some elements away from legal so they can have time for some more legal stuff. Yeah,
Some more legal stuff.
yeah, some more legal stuff.
You're not implying that these contracts won't be legal contracts or perhaps wouldn't have some legal review? You're
Oh,
just
no, the
talking about the
contract's like any other
maintenance and the-
contract would still, but
Right.
we mean in terms of managing the process, hosting the workshops, collecting the applications, coordinating with the committee, doing the scoring, all of that stuff. Obviously, legal will continue to be involved with the development of the actual contract, just like any other contract that we have with a third party. But just that whole process that goes behind the scenes leading up to that will now be this year spearheaded by Derek through the city manager's office. But the ultimate goal is to have that just out of the tourism operation.
Please don't make any wholesale changes to that process, because before that process, it was a nightmare.
Sure, we've had conversations about it. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for saying that.
Yes.
Yes.
There's been a lot of work over the years to make that process run as smoothly as it does, and I appreciate your gratitude.
Yes, and it takes a lot of the politics out of it.
Right. And right now, with COVID and a lot of these events being canceled, it will be a very unique situation for us this summer. That'll quite frankly necessitate some creativity from us on our part to keep those relationships and these entities as whole as possible, which we want to do, right? Because obviously these entities play a role in our tourism efforts and in our goal to be a destination city. So we want to support as much as we can within the confines of the agreements and the commitments that they've made. So interesting conversations to come up here shortly, but obviously the process that Derek just described is for next year. So more to come on that in the future.
Well, I'm interested in the conversation that we'll have as we discussed Bootfest and looking at the numbers again for this
Right.
year, but how COVID will affect that conversation, which isn't normal to begin with, and hard to compare possibly this year versus previous years.
Absolutely. And
So, difficult conversation, I think, to pick through the numbers, but
Sure. And Derek, and I don't know if this would be covered by Joel, but just talking about just occupancy and kind of where we see ourselves with that, I think it might help council kind of get a feel for what we expect to happen overall with the fund this year and maybe even going into next year. And maybe that's a question for Gilbert too, but I think it'd be helpful for council to get a sense of that.
So Gilbert and I actually had this conversation earlier today. Initially, when we were kind of bracing for COVID, and I can kind of tell you, we get a weekly report on the percentage of hotel occupancy as reported by the hotels themselves to sort of a statewide agency that helps cover that and collect that data. Really at the height of sort of where we were hitting kind of our first small peak, I guess, of COVID, we saw a 51.4% decline between April 2019 and April 2020 in the hotels. Around that time, Gilbert, doing a great job of really being conservative and kind of being a good steward of our funds, was projecting a $900,000 difference from budget, that we would collect $900,000 less in hotel tax revenue. Since that time, we've seen kind of roughly, we saw it in May go up to a 36.2% decline from the previous year. And for the first 2 weeks in June, we're down to only 26% from the previous year. So we're starting to kind of find ourselves picking back up a little bit. And Gilbert's kind of revised his estimates based on some of the numbers he's looked at. And we expect to be probably closer to 600,000, but somewhere between the $600,000 and $900,000 figure that we talked about, short of budget. So we're still, again, in looking at the transfers and looking at what that means for Bootfest, we're still seeing some decline. But, remember, we are 3 months away, and that this thing changes very quickly. We could go one of two directions. People choose to stay home because they see things continuing to rise, or people finally getting out because they can, and maybe it's safe then. I don't know that we'll know until maybe late July, early August, and can make that call later in the month of August. So, does that help? Do you have any questions on occupancy or how that might affect
In
planning?
regards to Bootfest, do we have insurance in regards to it if we have to cancel?
So Thomas and I actually just had that conversation earlier. Do you have?
We do have insurance, but it's rain insurance. It's not a COVID-19 insurance.
Well, and Bootfest is part of Joel's presentation, but we had this conversation earlier too. So the majority of the contracts, and most of them have made the report that you receive in your read files with for the performers. And a lot of these contracts have started being signed, post-COVID. And so there was an intentional effort to include language in those contracts that if they were canceled 30 days ahead of the date, that we would get our deposits back and, there'd be no commitment there. And so we anticipate making if we did have to cancel Bootfest, obviously our priority would be to do that, prior to the end of August, so that we can cancel those agreements, get our deposits back, and no harm done. Joel was just telling me this earlier today that there's a few other contracts that typically get signed during the summer. Logistically speaking, the contract for the stage, for the lights, for the electrical work, for some of these other elements. But we'll make sure that they include similar language, that if it's canceled, before 30 days out, that we get our deposits back. So right now, we're eyeing the end of August as the dead last timeframe to make a decision if we had to, and not be too financially impacted directly.
Thank you.
Do we have a sense of what we're forecasting for next year in revenues, or is that covered in his?
I mean, in general fund, in Motel Tax Fund revenues?
Yeah.
We haven't, we spent most of our time looking at expenditures. I think, I can tell you that on average, over a 5-year average, we get about 1.6 million in revenues. And so, I don't know if that's close.
Yeah, go for it.
Right now, currently, you got about $1.5 million budget for next year, but I can see that number going up to about 1.6, 1.7 after I get another month or two in motel tax. To see
Yeah.
if that trend continues going this way. But like Derek said, 2 months from now, you can have something that reverse it.
Yeah. And
I don't want to be too aggressive there either.
And so in essence, what we're potentially gonna see is not a drastic impact to our revenues like other communities are. Now, while that might be good from a financial position, I've been saying from day one that I wish that our impact was greater, because it clearly shows that the types of individuals that are staying in our hotels. If if our tourism attractions or historical attractions or museums, et cetera, are seeing, a decline in attendance, but we're not really seeing, that same decline in hotels, then clearly the people that are staying in hotels are here for business, they're here for work, they're here for a slew of other reasons that may not necessarily be tourism. You know, we heard Senator Kokhorst in her speech at the Chamber of Commerce talk about how statewide the hotel tax fund had seen a hit of close to 70%, I think is what she said. But that's because obviously in a lot of these communities, larger communities that truly depend on that convention business or tourism business, they're seeing huge hits. And we don't depend, our hotel tax clearly, right, does not depend on a large convention center operation where we've had a bunch of conferences canceled, and does not depend on a super active tourism setup, because if it did, we would see the impact. So pros and cons with what we're seeing, but definitely interesting to see that. Anyway, thank you, Derek. Next up, we do have Joel, and he'll briefly talk about his department and Bootfest a little bit.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having me this evening. I will be presenting the Convention and Visitors Bureau and Bootfest program budget for the upcoming fiscal year. So starting first with the Convention and Visitors Bureau and goals and objectives. The CVB really has four main tenets, four main goals that we work to achieve. Goal number one, increasing awareness of Victoria among potential tourists as a leisure destination. Just a couple of measurables and objectives we like to highlight there. Working towards next year, at least achieve at least 70,000 website visits. And if you all haven't seen the newer explorevictoriatexas.com website, I really recommend it. It's a very fantastic website. Objective number two, achieve at least 2,500 lead requests for travel information. These are physical copies, physical brochure lead requests that we get from whether it be advertisements in publications, digital platforms. So those are physical requests for physical copies, brochures, and things like that. And then objective three, to achieve a social media reach of at least 3.5 million. That includes unpaid and paid content on our social media, Explore Victoria, Texas, primarily our Explore Victoria, Texas Facebook page. Goal number two, positively impact the Victoria economy through sports and group travel. Objective number one in that, to increase hotel stays from group travel by 25%. We see that as an area where you could have some growth. Objective number two, increase overnight hotel stays from sports travel. Our sports travel at this time is a little more significant from our group travel, so that is very healthy, but I'll go into some numbers that it has been impacted by COVID as well this year. Excuse me, let me go back. Goal number three, to enhance the leisure experience for both visitors and residents. And objective number one, to achieve an annual visitor center count of at least 1,750. We are still housed in the 700 main center. And objective number two, develop no fewer than 2 local promotional campaigns focused on a particular aspect of Victoria tourism product, and that includes a number of things that we do, and include examples such as National Travel and Tourism Week, the National Barbecue Month focused on the barbecue trail, also looking at some promotions for birding. That is a segment that we could see some growth in here in Victoria. So just some campaigns that once people come here, it also encourages our local residents to get out and explore the community, because that is, a market that we also want to reach is our local residents, so they know more about our community. And then goal number four, assist Victoria tourism partners with developing and improving their marketing and operations. So as Jesus mentioned, we do have our quarterly tourism partnership meetings, incorporating more often some sort of best practices and tips for them. And then objective two, develop and host no fewer than 2 hospitality trainings. We have conversations with the UHV, Small Business Development Center, to kind of create a focused, Victoria tourism product customer service training that incorporates, general customer service best practices, but some information on our particular tourism product here in Victoria. Performance metrics for the CVB in our website visits. You can see for the 2020 projected, and across the board with our performance metrics, we're seeing decreases primarily from COVID. We weren't getting a lot of website hits during those few months. Again, with social media reach, lead requests, didn't go down too much. The visitor center count is a little bit lower than previous years. I did want to highlight hotel room nights from sports. Saw quite a drop. We did have 6. To date, 6 sports tournaments that did cancel. We had quite a few golf tournaments in April, a couple of large softball tournaments, including the Coach Bitch Nationals, which did very well last year. So we are seeing the impacts across the board, especially in sports. Group travel not hit primarily too hard, mostly smaller meetings that had already occurred. But sports was primarily the major area of impact due to COVID. Now going on to the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. Just a few increases there that you'll see from personnel and benefits, and I'll go into the variances and the reasons why here in a second. A couple of areas where we've achieved some looking at, what we've done in expenditures and have looked to budget for efficiencies there and budget accordingly, and a couple of increases in other areas. See some decreases in other charges, and that's also due to some decrease, looking at, what we spent on advertising, public relations, budgeting more efficiently and seeing where we can really, what we really want to spend in particular areas. But you can see that the capital outlay did go up. That 75 is rolling over from the year before for the gateway sign project. But I can go into variances now. Again, personnel and benefits, you see the reorganization of department and the health premium increase. Supplies, we did look at our office supplies and see what we were spending and saw that we could reduce that area a bit. Maintenance, just to budget more correctly for our office printers fees. Contractual services increase there because we really could use some professional photography, some new photography. A lot of our professional photography, some of it features places that have since closed and things like that. So some of that photography is no longer useful. And then other charges, again, a reduction because of reduced advertising and public relations expenses, just budgeting more efficiently there. Interdepartmental, some IT charges, and then the capital outlay. This was not the rollover. This is a technology update, and that's going to include laptop stations for all 4 employees with the CVB. During COVID, we did have, it was a challenge trying to work remotely. We're a department that can work rather remotely. So there's a recommendation made to move us to laptop docking stations. So if there's another instance where there needs to be remote work, we can work very efficiently at home with those laptop stations. One-time expenditures for the CVB. Again, I mentioned those. This is the rollover, the $75,000 for the gateway sign project along the Highway 59 corridor. $1,500 for one-time IT charges and $7,500 for some updates to the trail through time interpretive displays.
When you say rollover, is that a delay or is that a
That
second
is
installment?
right. That project wasn't realized in this fiscal year. It's along the 59 corridor, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done with TxDOT and approving locations. As you know, 59 is seeing a lot of work with the I-69 project. So that's not new funds. That's just from the previous year. None of that was used last year just because of the work that's continuing to be done on that project.
Thank you.
Where do you plan to put a monument sign?
A monument sign? Yes, so that is the Trail Through Time interpretive displays. And it's just a proposed relocation where we were contacted by the advocate with their new location that they're at about looking into moving that interpretive display may require some updates.
Let's talk about
You mean the gateway sign,
gateway
right?
sign.
Oh, the gateway sign.
So for now, we're looking at, some of you may recall there was a sign in front of the airport. So our idea is to actually try and find a location, may not necessarily be inside city limits, but from a sense of place standpoint, I feel like we're missing an opportunity to say you're in Victoria before the split. Because in front of the airport, it's after the split. So at that point, somebody already knows they're in Victoria because they exited and they're going into Victoria. And so we're trying to work with TxDOT to identify some right-of-way before it splits so that people that don't necessarily going to exit to Victoria see a better sign for Victoria. So, and it's tricky though, because that's part of the stretch that they haven't done yet. And so there's pros and cons there on, working with them on where to put it. Quite frankly, we might have to just wait until they do that stretch. On the southern end, we're looking at somewhere just south of future I-69 and 185. And so we were even looking at some of that property where the new Texan is going to go, and kind of looking at somewhere near that exit area. That also would necessitate some work with TxDOT, because they have very specific requirements for the location of gateway signs. You know, certain amount of feet. If it's too close to the road, it becomes more expensive because you got to put a guardrail. And so there's a lot of those elements that are still left to be figured out. But that's the idea. And you may recall, you know, my own experience that I shared early on, that, you know, people drive through Victoria every day not realizing that they're even in Victoria. And so we want to try and solve some of that by placing some of these gateway signs off of future I-69.
Is there a second part of leaving Victoria, please come back? Or sometimes you see signs of, you know, the city, but then you'll also see that you're leaving it, which reminds you where you've been.
Sure. Yeah, we definitely haven't had a discussion from that standpoint.
I mean, that would just, I'm seeing that it's a sign, not necessarily a monument,
Right.
but just.
Yeah, and we've even talked about, you know, identifying billboards. You know, we had that conversation. You know, oftentimes, you know, the billboard conversation is one that can be tricky because historically speaking, CVB's focus on billboard signs, you know, obviously outside of your area to advertise like the zoo or some other thing that might be going on. But we can leverage some of those billboards as well to do things like you just mentioned, you know, welcoming people or thanking them for, you know, passing by or passing through. So there are opportunities there. We just haven't figured it out.
Are there ways to focus on our history of Six Flags?
On the,
Being a
his-
community?
On the design, you mean?
Yeah, on the gateway.
Potentially.
On the gateway signs as they come in, since we're very unique as a city.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. You know, I mean, that's a good point. We haven't gotten necessarily to a design phase. You know, obviously there's signs that are already up, and so we would want some level of consistency with shape and colors and things of that sort. But we can certainly look at doing, you know, something different.
I mean, we
As-
talk about historical tourism and stuff like this,
Right.
I don't think there's much greater story to tell.
Right.
There's lots of great
Sure,
stories to tell.
but there's
that
only
is
some.
that is
Yeah,
a great
but
story.
I mean, that would
unique.
that would necessitate some creativity, right? Because this is a story you'd be trying to tell as somebody drives by 75 miles an hour. So you know,
You
but
got a
they're-
great staff.
they're-
You guys are creative.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, yeah.
I believe in you.
Thank you. Appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
Yeah.
I think,
Challenge accepted.
Thank you.
I believe we're on the TxDOT list for I-69 design, are we not? So that's going to become a pretty viable corridor. I think we did make the list where it's in design for I-69 from here to.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
And-
So that's
and-
going to take on a whole new significance in a very.
Well, and
short
it'll
time.
necessitate us working with TxDOT because
Right.
they have become more strict as it relates to these gateway signs. And so we'll see what that looks like in the end, but our intent is to try and find some way to help this effort of helping identify that people are in Victoria when they're driving through. It might not look exactly like what we've done in the past, but the intent is to find something.
I was just going to comment and pick up on Dr. Young. If I'm wrong, I'm sure I'll be corrected, but my understanding is that Victoria is the only town in the state under which the Six Flags of Texas have all flown.
Yes, and that's due to the French flag. Victoria County is the only site. It's referred to as Fort St. Louis. You know, historians call it the French settlement, but it was the only site of French settlement here in the state. So technically, this is the only place where the French flag really flew.
Well, and I'd like to take it a step further. Not just Texans have heard of Six Flags over Texas. Anybody that's been to an amusement park has heard Six Flags. And so that part's going to ring true. And it's just an area we really could be capitalizing.
Sounds like we need to find a sister city in France, is what that sounds like.
Very good French.
Yeah.
After
Need help going to
COVID.
find it, just let me know.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, exploratory
volunteer.
committee.
Don't
Exploratory
worry.
committee, right, that's right.
There's travel in the budget.
Moving on. In fiscal year 2021 and beyond, a couple of things that we'd like to see us do is instill community pride among residents, enhance their knowledge of the city. There's some interesting things that other cities do. Houston has a very interesting thing I've looked at, the Insider program, where so that's a very interesting little product there. Become a leader in collaborative regional marketing. We think we've got some great destinations around us that we could partner with. They've got some great attractions that are a little smaller than us that we could serve as a hub for travelers. We do have some really, really wonderful tourism destinations here in our region. To develop new destination features to attract visitors. One thing we've discussed around in our office for a while is an outdoors trail. We have the history trail, the barbecue trail, something that focuses on birding, kayaking, fishing, all those elements that make us a great destination. Grows a resource for our tourism partners. So to provide education for them, best practices, and to integrate new digital platforms. Something that we're working on is story maps to highlight the Old Victoria driving tour, to have that more digitally out there so people can interact with it. Moving on to Bootfest, I don't know if there's any questions on the CVB.
I do have a.
Sure.
You were talking earlier about, let's see, when I find my note, developing and improving marketing, or just developing new marketing campaigns. And I remembered, because I realize a lot of people are new, but it was probably 7 or 8 years ago, we had a lot of ads in Texas Monthly that were quite expensive.
Yes.
But they were starting a campaign of the things that you were talking about, because they were talking about hunting and fishing, not just, just all the things that we have. I wanted to make sure you were aware of that, because those topics might be helpful to move you ahead.
Right, yes, and I'm referring to the Bring Your Boots campaign, and that was when, that was initiated before the CVB became, and that was held on for a few years, and it did get Victoria a lot of, notoriety. I mean, those very large ads in Texas Monthly every month, and there was quite a bit spent on that campaign. And it was, loud words and everything like that. It really grabbed your attention. So yes, it did incorporate a lot of elements and things that we look forward to, and we want to pursue those too. So.
Can you go back a slide real quick, Joel?
Sure, Jesus.
I just want to add too that one of the elements that we're looking at, that Derek is spearheading too, is we are reassessing the location of the visitor center. So we don't really know what exactly that looks like, but one of the things that we do know is that currently in its existing location makes it very difficult for people to actually have access to it on weekends. It's not open on weekends, or even on the evenings or during holidays, or when we think about true tourism, and true tourists, more they typically travel on holidays, on weekends, and make it very difficult to have that visitor center open when none of the other offices in that building are open. It's also kind of hard to find unless you're literally driving down that particular street. And so we don't know what that looks like, but just know that there is a conversation that is occurring internally, and Danielle might actually hit on it as well, where we're reevaluating that. And at some point in the future, Derek will make a presentation to you with just some thoughts, some data, some options, pros and cons, things of that sort. So that's also FY 21, 22, and beyond.
Would that be located in an area that we already own, and property that we already own, do you think, or?
I mean, at this point, there's a lot of options on the table. You may recall, I'm going back to the CIP conversation last year, and there was a wish list item there at the end that OC had to pay with PEG funds. You brought up PEG funds last year. OC had a vision to buy a building downtown to build a studio. You may recall that. And so our idea here is, well, we might actually be able to kill multiple birds with one stone if that other building that we build or buy or whatever is not actually the studio, because nobody's going to go to the studio. But maybe that becomes a visitor center, and instead we build the studio where the visitor center is now, which would make more sense because they would put it in the building with the rest of the communication staff. And so we're just trying to think differently about this whole usage of PEG funds and maximizing shifting of offices. And anyway, it's all interconnected. Main Street needs an office. that's permanent. Danielle will talk a little bit about that. So there's opportunities there to leverage several different efforts. But it's part of CVB too.
In the short run, because the CVB is right by one of the doors, is there any way to harden some of that building so that that little part of it could be open weekends or evenings or something like that?
We can look at the cost or anything associated with that. It could be a gate that comes down, or
Right, just
something
in
just
the-
to prevent people from, accessing the rest of the building. We could look at doing that.
That might solve the short-term problem while we
Correct.
work
Yeah,
on
no, that's a
the
good point.
fix.
And it'll allow us the opportunity, to just test the concept, of being open on weekends and things of that sort and see if that picks up. So that's a really good idea. Thank you.
Moving on to Bootfest. In line, similar to the Convention and Visitors Bureau, establishing some goals and objectives for the festival. Goal number one, to provide a safe festival experience for all festival attendees. Obvious objectives there: report no arrests, no injuries. You're probably gonna have a few scraped knees at the kids' corral and things like that, but no major injuries at the event. Another goal, to positively impact the Victoria economy. So to achieve an increase of 10% in hotel occupancy on the Bootfest weekend over the average weekend in that month. And then another objective, to report a minimum average gross revenue of $2,500 for food vendors and $1,000 for merchandise vendors. Many of our vendors are local, if not from Victoria, from the very close area. We do ask them to report their gross revenues after the event, just to have that information, and many of them do offer that information up. So we do, and they do offer that and do pretty well at the event. We'd like to see that continue. To provide a high-quality entertainment experience, so to achieve a 15% increase in event attendance. Again, we really hope to see that this year. It is a different year, but we will make every effort to see that event increase, including the music and everything like that. To increase awareness of Victoria as a destination for experiencing high quality events. I think one of the things we need to notice about Bootfest is it is a really great selling point for Victoria. It has a chance to get a lot of, with the artists and the entertainment that we have and that kind of thing, and the fact that it's free, to get media exposure through, not just locally appearing on radio programs and television, things like that, but reaching, music bloggers and those kind of folks who could really provide some free editorial content, not just for Bootfest, but for the community. Some performance metrics which were mentioned in those goals and objectives, to see a hotel occupancy rate increase of 10%, to report the vendor gross sales of $2,500 for food and $1,000 for merchandise, to see that attendance increase, and then the media exposure, which is a new figure that we will be calculating this year. The financial statement, and y'all might recall this from the Bootfest 2019 report in December. And looking at the Bootfest actuals compared to Bootfest 2020 budgeted, those are the projected revenues from finance, the street vendor fees, the private donations, the beer and margarita sales, and the program event fees and miscellaneous, which includes fees that we collect from the car show and things like that. Versus the expenditures, personnel and benefits, which is the projected event overtime. Again, we will maximize every efficiency, try to make every effort to make these figures smaller. But event supplies, and that includes not only basic things you need to carry out the event, like cable ties and things like that, but the purchase of the beer for resale and margarita supplies, T-shirts for volunteers. Contractual services is the largest column, and that includes the music, the lineup, the main stage lineup, as well as those vendors who provide for stage sound and light, electricity, portalettes, trash services, and electricity, so things of that nature. And then other charges, which is tied directly to advertising for the event. that total revenue versus, of 163, projected revenue versus the expenditures of 263. Again, if you see back in 2019, we did the $50,000 transfer from the hot fund to the Bootfest fund, which provided for that ending fund balance. And looking at the projected revenue versus projected expenditures, and then the another 100,000 from the hot funds to the Bootfest fund. That'll be the fund that the program carries going forward. In the 2020 program budget, so and many of you may recall that the Bootfest program, the 2020 program, actually lives in 2 fiscal years. So it is currently in this fiscal year as well as the upcoming fiscal year. And you can see a majority of those expenses occur after the event or on the day of the event. Most of the expenses that are going to occur in this fiscal year include things like the rain insurance, deposits for entertainers, deposits for any of the other service providers that may ask for them or require them. Not all of them do. Some of them do. And then other charges, again, refers to advertising to make that total amount of 263. Going forward for the Bootfest 2021 program budget, and just looking at the actuals of that first part of the first part of the program to the second part of the program, again, that final number is 263, but just making some adjustments to show the expenditures that occur in that first part of the program versus the second part. And with that, I'll take any questions.
The $62,000 that you have in the contractual on the last slide, is that like deposits that we've already paid?
Yes, Councilwoman Solis, this is for the Bootfest 2021 program budget. Is that what you're referring to, the 69.2? Yes, that will primarily be for deposits for the entertainers, and then there are a few of the service providers, namely the stage, sound and light, stage manager, kids corral activity providers, electric lines that do require deposits. A couple of the other service providers don't require deposits.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joel.
Oh, Joel, did we do anything about the kids corral vendor? Have we changed them this year compared to last year?
We have not changed them this year, but we have not secured that vendor yet. If we do move forward with that vendor, Thomas and I have talked about it when the incidents occurred last year, to put some performance standards in there and some sort of incentives to make sure they adhere to it. That would, if any ride is down, those kind of things that would encourage them or really incentivize them to. But again, we may consider rebidding that out. We haven't finalized that vendor yet.
And I guess, again, I'll kind of reiterate, we're going to come back here and discuss following 2020 in regards to ongoing Bootfest and how we see it as a council going forward. I believe that's where we left off.
Yeah, I'd like to have that conversation before Bootfest comes around. I want to know what improvements were going to be made from last year when we went so far over budget and what controls were put in place. And
I'd like to see the numbers, I mean, they've been dwindling on Fridays for certain reasons, and whether there should be a 1-day versus a 2-day or what it should be in total. I mean, those are, I guess, discussion points that we'll have up here.
Yeah, and so I think that's 2 separate things.
Sure.
So, for now, we're proceeding with Bootfest for this year to occur, same structure as years past. I think, Councilmember Bachner, what you're suggesting is you're interested in learning more about how this year's program might be laid out different than last year's, which would be a presentation that we can certainly do prior to this year's Bootfest, because there are some changes in this year's Bootfest that would be worthwhile you knowing about, because we do want to make sure that we're positioning Bootfest in the best place that it can to be successful. And so Derek has really taken a look at that, so we can do that. And then post the event, that's the conversation that you would like to have about the questions surrounding what Bootfest looks like for 21.
Yeah, and I just have grave concerns whether it's going to happen this year, based upon there's no festivals. Every music festival's been canceled,
Yeah, that's a good point.
so.
Yeah.
Just be aware that may.
Everybody
occur.
bring your bubble suit.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm kind of, I'd leave it to you, but I'm kind of thinking about the logistics of the crowd in front of the stage, and that's where they want to be, but they're not going to be distanced. And I'm trying to envision how to disperse the crowd bigger, whether they can go back into De Leon or whether they can go further to the side, and what's going to entice them to do that. And all I can come up with is maybe some big screens, maybe some speakers so that their view is better further away, if we're looking at it. And I don't know what the logistics are of putting those big screens there. You've got to connect them and that sort of thing, but
Yeah, I mean, I
there's
think.
a lot we really
Sure.
need to look
You know, I
at.
think we're definitely gonna lean a lot on just what the state of our local community is in terms of community transmission. You know, what does that look like? What do the numbers, the cases look like? You know, we want to also be careful about not altering the program too much, because that'll only increase our cost for the event, right? If we're just trying to add. And so if we already know that there might be some health concerns, if we already know, then we'll probably recommend not having it. But it's still too early to make that call, because as we have found out, things can change from one day to the next.
I mean, there would be no way to sanitize kids' corral equipment.
Right,
I mean, there's
right.
just,
Right. You know, and so.
We would ask that, would they make every attempt, yeah.
Right, and as you suggest, you know, it would be impossible for people to social distance, you know, and us get the crowds that would come in. The space just doesn't allow for the same volume of attendees while practicing social distancing.
I think those drone footage of above shows that would be impossible.
Right, right. Well, I agree, and that's why I was trying to say, what would entice people to separate further if we actually held it and if we wanted people distanced? And there, of course, a lot of them want to be right in front of the stage, but some of them just want to be able to see.
I think it's directly correlated to alcohol
Right.
consumption. So
Yeah, and
if
then
you want a
getting-
scientific approach.
Getting
But
out of the
I think
crowd.
the fact that staff has already described the measures they're taking with the contracts, it gives me confidence that they're planning for any possibility, and I appreciate that.
And Derek and I were discussing, even if, we have to do a cancellation or anything like that, we do benefit from the planning process this year and coming up with ideas that could be carried over to a subsequent year, so. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks,
Well,
Joel.
thank you, Joel. Next up, we're gonna have Danielle talk about Main Street, which of course covers the other portion of the motel tax part that Derek talked about.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. First, I just want to talk a little bit about the Main Street budget in general. You know, this is a new division for the city of Victoria, so it's a brand-new budget added on as part of the 15 MOT hot funds portion of the budget. So when I was building this budget, it was basically starting from scratch. So a lot of these numbers are based off my experience with building the parks budget. So it's a little bit different, going from almost $3 million budget to just a little over $200,000 budget. So bear with me as we go through this.
Just changes the decimal point, that's all.
Yeah, really. So, get my clicker here. Okay. All right, so some of the goals and objectives that I came up with earlier this year when I stepped into the role back in February was I want to bring back the facade grant program. I think there's a lot of downtown businesses that would benefit from that. And, there was a previous development services director that created a policy and a process, and it was called the Preservation and Incentive Program, also known as the Facade Grant Program. So the groundwork or the base work for that is already set. It's just a matter of bringing that back online and developing it further, incorporating Main Street and how I might be a part of that. Again, it was established in 2016. The policy states that it's a grant for up to $20,000 and it's a 50-50 match. And so again, I want to revisit that as part of one of the goals and objectives for the next fiscal year. Of course, want to facilitate events to help generate more funding for the facade grant program in coordination with the Main Street Board, because we are still a 501c3 sanctioned board. in conjunction with city government. So organize the subcommittees based on the 4-point approach, which are organization, economic vitality, design, and promotion. We've already started the groundwork on that. I have 3 subcommittee chairs from the Main Street Board. I just need 1 more, and hopefully to fill that next Monday at our next board meeting. I want to of course, fill the building vacancies and facilitating an Imagine the Possibilities tour. So I don't know if some of y'all might have been here when Mary Helen did an Imagine the Possibilities tour, but it seemed to be pretty successful and very interesting. What it is you select a few vacant or available properties, and you solicit them and try to get people to come and tour these facilities to see maybe if they might want to move in one day. Now, that might look different. A lot of the Main Street programs across the state are moving to a virtual tour instead of a come in, walk in, open house type scenario. So I definitely want to do that. We do have some leases that have came available actually right across the street from DeLeon Plaza. So I'm definitely keeping a close eye on those vacant or available lease properties in downtown. Of course, we have Vela Farms that just moved over into their new location, so we're looking to do a grand opening for them. They have done a soft opening, but I want to help them facilitate a grand opening of sorts, and for Texian Books and Bethune & Sons on the opposite corner on that same block from Vela Farms. I want to add more and better quality seasonal street banners. Here pretty soon, the next couple of weeks, you'll see some new ones go up along Main Street, and there will be more than there have ever been. So looking forward to that. Repaint all the downtown trash can benches and planters. The green ones are getting pretty faded and they need some love. So I'm hoping to get that done. Meet and build relationships with all downtown business owners. I'm gradually getting back out in knocking on doors. That's been a struggle with COVID. But I am trying to build my email list, if you will, so I can reach out to the downtown businesses on a regular basis. Hopefully with a newsletter of sorts. So the big heavy hitter, the next one is to purchase a 30-foot animated faux Christmas tree and facilitate a tree lighting ceremony and line the building facades with Christmas lights. I met with Jason, the Parks Director, today, and we discussed some logistics of that. So we're looking forward to Christmas being a little bit more festive in the downtown area this Christmas. The second big topic in my budget is hiring a landscape and mowing maintenance contractor to maintain all the downtown city properties, and I'll go into more details on that later. And of course, the obvious, draw more foot traffic and business to downtown as we hopefully wave through this COVID. Hopefully we can build that back up with events and helping promote the downtown events and complete a downtown master plan. So just a quick update on the downtown master plan. We did put out a RFQ for that, and the deadline to submit for the qualifications is June 30th. We did have roughly about 15 interested folks that are consultants that want to submit, and I'm looking forward to that. And I will be bringing that back, hopefully with a qualified consultant, on the next council meeting on July 21st.
Williams,
Yes.
as part of your goals and objectives, could you possibly consider looking at expanding that grant program for the facades to include ADA upgrades for buildings down there and fire sprinkler install grants? See if there's some way to help developers take advantage of that second story space, maybe so we can get loft living or something like that into the downtown area, which I think is a big piece that's missing.
Mm-hmm.
And then also consider designating a specific area in downtown an entertainment district, so that if you wanted to go from 205 to Moonshine with a drink in your hand, it's okay to walk down the street with it. Or if you wanted to have a place that had seating outside of their, like the wine bar used to have, and they wanted to have seating outside, they couldn't do it by law. But if we had an entertainment district, we could facilitate or have something like that.
Right, so I'm glad that you brought those up because that has been in discussion, both of those items. We have talked about an entertainment district back before COVID came, so eventually I know we bringing that back up. And then also the facade grant, it pertains to just the exterior. But I did just learn that there are other cities that do provide grant opportunities for helping facilitate that fire sprinkler system in that historic building. So there are, a couple of different ways you can set that up. You can either, the city provide the utility line, the water line underground, where they can then tap into that line, or they can just provide a certain dollar amount grant that they can apply for to run that sprinkler system inside the facility. So there's some options there, and I do recognize that as a development concern for the downtown businesses.
I think Grapevine has utilized those programs pretty successfully up in North
Right,
Texas.
and I can tell you that in Kingsville, we had a fairly robust facade grant program too that not only applied to the exterior, but some of the major electrical, some of the major components associated with it. One of the elements too that'll play a factor in what this program looks like is ultimately what the source of fund is. With the Sales Tax Development Corporation is currently having a conversation about different projects, a work plan that they would like to get into. Main Street is part of that work plan. A lot of Main Street programs across the state, I shouldn't say a lot, several Main Street programs are actually funded out of Type B Sales Tax Development Corporation dollars with some of their projects. And some, like ours, come out of the hotel occupancy tax. In either case, some of those sales tax dollars are utilized for projects. And so that might be a conversation I have with VSCDC that might help support, this type of program so that it becomes a little bit more robust. And we can cross that bridge when we get to it. But I know that becomes part of the conversation because typically the funds that come from motel tax dollars for this type of program fall under the 15% cap that the funds have to be spent on historic preservation. And so the key there is historic preservation. And that's why and I don't know if the previous program was motel tax funded or general fund funded.
It was hot funded,
I'm sorry?
hotel, motel.
Yeah,
funded.
and so hence the description around preservation because that's how you can spend the money. And so we can dive into the details a little later, but that'll probably play a role in how robust that program looks like eventually.
To Mr. Balknight's point too, I might add, you may want to consult with the fire marshal. There's a lot of new products out there, intermittent type products that can render wood structures less flammable and stuff that have been developed over the years that could provide enough protection. There's a lot of new products that are out there. And I think if the fire marshal could review those a little bit and see if those alternatives are available where they're applicable.
Okay, great. I will definitely get with Tom Legler on those. And those kind of hit the nail on the head when it comes to the master plan. Those are all things that we're wanting to come out of the downtown master plan. How we're going to fund those grants and what those grants are going to be for. All right, so I did have a few performance metrics. It's a mix of what was done last year and some of what's going on this year. And again, next year, this presentation will look different because I'll have more metrics to compare to. But right off the bat, there
They'll
was...
be COVID-related, so they won't be any good.
Well, then that'll play into it as well, but...
Well, and we haven't quite frankly tracked performance metrics in downtown. And so we're also just building that from scratch too.
Right.
I'm
Right.
sorry.
So on a monthly basis, I have to report back to the state what kind of dollar amount is being reinvested back into downtown with, renovating a property or developing a new property. And last year, from records that I found from previous director, there was over $300,000 that was reinvested back into the downtown area, and that was private funds. So hopefully, in years to come, it'll be private and public funds that we will show metrics on for that. The number of new businesses, of course, that's this fiscal year, and we see Bethune & Sons and Texian Books. Those are two new ones on Main Street, and they're sharing the same building. And the number of business expansions is Bella Farms, of course. They have always been, had a home on Main Street, so we're glad to keep them there. And total new jobs, I reached out to both Bethune & Sons and Bella Farms, and it's about 8. So there's about 3 that will go in the Texian Books and Bethune & Son facility, and there's about 5 Avella farms that was created. And hopefully, we hope to see more jobs created later down the road. Total number of residential properties is 19, and that is only within the Main Street boundary. That is not downtown outside of that. That's just the Main Street boundary map. And the total number of commercial properties is 150. So you can kind of see why it's hard to get all those emails and try to contact those, but that's a lot of ground to cover. And then, of course, last year we had over 55 events held downtown, and of course, you'll see that number drop in the next fiscal year when I come back. Just because of COVID reasons, not because we don't want to have social gatherings, it's just we can't. So this is my overall budget here. Again, you see a lot of empty spaces on there because we're building the budget from scratch. And overall budget is $341,713. So going into my variances, personnel and benefits, of course, promoted internal staff to Main Street Executive Director, so there's that difference there. Supplies, we have office supplies, marketing efforts, special event supplies of 11 grand roughly. No maintenance costs, contractual services. So 85,000 of that is going to be for hopefully to hire a contractor to maintain all the downtown city-owned properties. Now those properties include 700 Main Center, the lot adjacent to 700 Main Center, the library, DeLeon Plaza, and City Hall. Right now, Parks Department is the one that mows and weed eats all those properties. And they do some landscaping on those properties as well. The thing that gets missed is the trees that were planted along Main Street. So what I hope to gain out of this maintenance contract is more refined mowing and weed control, because we still see a lot of weed. I see a lot of weed problems in the curb and gutters. Hopefully cleaning out the gutters on a regular basis, trimming the trees, more turnover in the plants and the landscaping, so more color in downtown. I want to eventually bring back the hanging baskets that go around the square to add more color, and just overall beautification of downtown, so that when you drive down Main Street starting at 700 Main, you feel like you have arrived. Like this is a special place. And on top of that, I want to see someone that can help me install the street pole banners now that we're going to have more, and take them down and swap them out, and help with the Christmas light installation and possibly the Christmas tree. So other charges, we have supplies for landscaping. Of course, there's some botanical and ag with replacing of the plants on probably a biannual basis. Professional development, there are some requirements from the state to hold my accreditation that I go to conferences when there are conferences. And I look forward to learning more about Main Street there. And let's see, supplies, Texas subscriptions, so that we can stay accredited with the Texas Historical Commission and the Main Street America Association. So interdepartmental print shop labor fees, that's for when I want to print any kind of brochures or marketing materials. And then finally, the Christmas tree. So the Christmas tree, that is a turnkey number there. That's complete with installation, decorations, and tear down. I have reached out to HEB for a donation of this 30-foot LED animated Christmas tree. The lights dance to music that you can listen to from your car, from the tree. I want it to be an attraction. I've heard rumors about there used to be a live tree on the corner of Forest and Main. And so I would really like to bring that back, so we have a lighting ceremony with Christmas on the Square, and then we can have our parade the next day. So I did hear back from HEB today. They are willing to fund, verbally they committed some monies to go towards the donation, but not for the entire dollar amount. So
How much
that's
are
good
you
news.
missing?
They didn't give me an exact number. They're hopefully to get back with me in the next couple of weeks. Things are kind of on a delay due to COVID, especially for HEB.
Who did you talk to at HEB?
Have that conversation offline.
All right.
The world doesn't need to know that
Yeah,
level of
one of the
specifics.
things that we used to do when we had the real tree
Mm-hmm.
is the kids from all the schools, of course now we can't do it, but, they used to make decorations and we'd put them on the tree.
Okay,
So, I don't know.
that's a good idea. Thank you.
One thing I'd like to commend you on is the importance of taking care of those trees downtown. Urban trees require a lot of training in how to grow, and I'm fearful if we don't get on it, we're not going to get those beautiful canopies that you see
Right.
without all that undergrowth. So you're actually protecting a significant investment by pruning them properly.
Are you also talking about the trees in the planters?
Yes.
Yes, those specifically and the ones at DeLeon Plaza.
Okay, because specifically as we're trying to increase pedestrian traffic, you can't see the sign. I mean,
No.
we don't have a lot of traffic, so if you walk and it's a red light, it's no big deal.
Right.
But you can't see them.
Can't see the
You can't-
crosswalk figure.
The crosswalk
Right,
indication.
I know exactly which spot I think you're talking about, right there at Constitution and Main, headed back to the square. You can't, I think it's a magnolia tree, but it does cover up that whole little sign that tells you whether or not you can walk, if it's safe to walk
I think the one by the courthouse does too.
on the other side, right? So those are some of the issues I want to address. And some of the trees are also outgrowing their metal grate. So I want to try to take care of those. So moving into the future, again, we're going to be initiating the downtown master plan, and we'll see as we get going along that process. I'll be putting out a lot of marketing efforts and trying to gain community interest and voicing their opinion on what they want to see in their downtown. And it's to be completed by March 2021. And some of those yields we also want to see come out of that master plan is implementing funding mechanisms such as a TERS or a PIDS, and then continue efforts of drawing business to downtown and starting up business in vacant spaces. One of the objectives for trying to fill those vacant spaces is what's called a pop-up shop. So if I can work out a deal with one of the business owners, basically you have a vendor or somebody who sells a product, they move into the space for a certain short period of time, they kind of try it on for size, and then maybe they eventually cultivate a relationship with the owner of the property and want to stay there and run their business out of that building or office space. So those are some of the things I look forward to getting to do more of later. Any other questions?
A lot of stuff going on downtown.
Yeah,
Yeah.
So thank you,
That's
Danielle,
great.
for that.
thank you.
Okay. So next up, I think we have Daryl, I believe. There he is.
We're gonna talk trash and beautification at the same time. Try that. Good evening. So, maybe, there we go. So 2021 goals and objectives. First, I want to make sure that everyone understands all our goals align with the 2035 plan. There's only a few pages in there that deal with solid waste and beautification, but we did take those into account as we put this plan together. To provide excellent customer service for our garbage, recycling, all of our solid waste customers. We pick up about 19,700, give or take, on a weekly basis. And I think we do a very good job of it. And so we'll continue providing that service. Increase the number of beautification projects completed. We'll be planting the Highway 185 South entryway sign tomorrow. So I invite you to go out and take a look at that maybe later this week. Of course, unless we get rained out, but we do need the rain. So, but we've also completed the flower bed project that I talked about a few weeks ago, and we've also completed the entryway sign over by Anchor Lumberyard, if you hadn't had a chance to go look at that. We want to work with Keep Victoria Beautiful to create pride and educate about pride and beautification in our city. We had our 5th board meeting last week. We have very good attendance. I think we're moving into the KVB house, which is the old Hiller house, next board meeting, which is the third Thursday of each month. So if you'd like to just come out and see what we're about, we welcome you to, but we have big plans. You'll start to see some Facebook posts and some other things that our chair and vice chair and Tiffany will be doing. We'll continue our litter pickup. We've been really strong on that over the last year, and that will continue. We'll improve and maintain entryways. Once we finish the Highway 185 entryway, we'll be moving to the one across from the Texan over on the north side to do that one. That's one's going to take a little more work because it's never really had anything around it or in front of it. But we'll tackle that one next and improve it. You will see in our budget that there are several programs that we want to do next year. And then work with Main Street on downtown projects. I've talked to Danielle extensively about working with her on the planters and pruning the trees and different things that we need to help with downtown. Performance metrics. Usually I stand up here and talk about how many tons we picked up, how many, boring. But this year, because we have this new department, we're going to talk a little bit about it. So we want to complete 160 media educational posts. Those could be anything from solid waste, recycling, beautification, anti-litter, any type of educational post. We want to complete 32 miles of Adopt a Highway cleanup. We clean up quarterly. We've kind of had to lay back a little bit because of COVID, but we hope to get that going once this clears up a little bit. Complete 6 landscape projects and perform 50 litter pickups. Those litter pickups sometimes will be done by KVB, sometimes it'll be done by our department, and sometimes it'll be a mixture of both. We're going to spray 134 miles of curb, gutter, and about 10 acres of medium for the year. And then we'll mow about 150 miles of right-of-way.
What do you mean by litter pickups? I mean, if I stop by the side of the road and pick up a McDonald's bag, that's not what you're talking about.
No, ma'am, I'm talking about organized litter pickups.
Okay.
Now, some of them may be that I'm driving down Loop 463 and somebody lost a trash bag and there's trash for a quarter mile. In that case, we call and we send out what we call our strike team from the beautification department. They'll go over, they'll stop what they're doing, they'll go over there and clean that up before it becomes a bigger mess. So that's included in that 50. That may be 10 or 15 or 20 depending, but a lot of those will be organized pickups outside of the Adopt a Highway.
That doesn't mean I won't stop and pick it up, but
Well, we appreciate when you do.
I won't count it
You're
in the
setting an
numbers.
example. And then one thing I want to cover that I did not put on here is the landfill expansion. That's huge. We are on schedule. Currently, we're waiting on paperwork to come back for I have to look at this. It's called a CLOMAR. It's our conditional letter of map revision because we're removing some property from the floodplain and putting property into the floodplain by doing drainage work. If that's approved, we will be working on our master plan. It was scheduled to happen actually this month. We put it off because of COVID. Of course, all of the interested parties are working from home, including our the engineers from Republic Waste, our consultants. And so what we've decided as of today is we're going to schedule for end of July, and we're going to do what we can via Zoom. We do have to do a walkthrough. We'll schedule what we can via Zoom, and then the walkthrough will be much shorter. We can socially distance because I don't need as many people there to do the walkthrough. Gilbert won't have to be there for the walkthrough for one. So it will be a lot safer to do it that way. And then our goal, and we're still on schedule for, is to have our permit turned into TCEQ the spring of next year. So proposed budget. So we have a combined budget, and then I'll go into two separate budgets. And the reason is because we added in the beautification, the community appearance this year. So going on the proposed budget, you can see that we are up about 330,000 on personnel and benefits. Supplies are up about 46. Maintenance is down. Contractual services is about 4,300 up. We're up on other charges about 24,600. We're down on interdepartmental 222. That's always a good number. That means I'm not buying any trucks next year. The transfer to other funds is down 8,000, and we're down 400,000 on capital outlay, and most of that's due to landfill and different things. And so our one-time expenditures are down about 298.7, and so we're sitting at a total recurring expense of about 54.8. This is residential collection only. This does not include, the previous one included the community appearance. This is residential only. So you're gonna see a lot of negatives there. We've got the only positive we've got is personnel and benefits, and I can say that's not my fault. So everything else has gone down this year. Yes, that's your fault. So everything else has gone down this year, as you can see. And so total expenditures are down about $690,000. And one-time expenditures are down $745,000. And you still see that same reoccurring number. So personnel and benefits are one that goes up, health insurance. Everybody, I think, has that. You know, supplies are down, mostly due to fuel. You know, fuel costs have been down. Mr. Balknight, I'm sorry to tell you this, but our GPS software is no longer being used. Waste Management quit supporting it as of December of last year. So I will say we got our money's worth out of that software. Every year, for those of you that have been here, have seen my budget go down, especially on overtime and other things. We've gotten our money's worth. We were also able to route with enough room a couple years ago. Y'all remember we went through a major rerouting with enough room that I've got room for growth going into the future, probably at least another 3 years, the way things are going. We might get 5 out of it before I have to redo it. But we've got the education that we got from that. I think now we've got people in place that can still do that. I may have to ask Jesus to have Kate help me a little bit because she's the one that did most of that rerouting. But I think we can get it figured out and do it without having to spend a fortune right now. I may come back next year with a different story. Let's see, the contractual services down again, and that's due to the data lines and different things that we had for the GPS. Subscriptions, memberships, we had a supervisor retire this year. I did not replace that job, so we will not need that money next year. There's that big $275,000 for that automated truck that we purchased this year but won't be purchasing next year. We had a drop in our proposed fund transfer, and then, of course, landfill and expansion work, and then AC work over at the solid waste office.
And the reason that that's dropped off is it's been spent, that's already done.
Yes, ma'am, and we're getting close to the end of this process. And so as we're getting close, I mean, it's gonna cost a little bit less money as we're getting closer to the end.
Just as a reminder, that landfill expansion adds how many years of life approximately at today's rate?
At current volumes that I have today, we're gonna add about 85 to 90 years. And the reason that's changed from 100 is because of the floodplain, I'm actually having to build a little bit larger lake to accommodate water so that we don't flood out any of our neighbors. So, you know, I can't cause any rise in water. And so because I'm having to make that lake a little bigger, we're gonna have that little bit bigger lake, a little bit bigger buffer zone. So we're gonna lose a few years, but we're still in that 85 to 90 year range.
Terrell, that's on top of what we have right now.
That is on top of what we have right now.
Thank you.
So add about 10 years, 12 years to that. I don't think any of us would be worried about it at that time. So going back through this, I mean, you can see we did go down a little bit on closure, post-closure, interdepartmental software improvements. I believe that's mostly going to be for HR and finance software. And then capital outlay, that's the carts that we purchase every year. So
It's not your fault. We know that.
that's not my fault, right? Actually, I do want to tell you this. Since COVID started, we've gone through almost 400 carts, and they're all extras. People are paying $5. I got a total, I'm waiting on carts to get in now, and the email I got today says I have 183 people waiting for those carts to get here. And so I'm going to have to order more. But they're all extra carts because people are at home. So if you think about that, that volume goes into our garbage trucks on a daily basis. So it's something to keep in mind. Right now, it's not killing us. We had the room. I'm just hoping that once people go back to work, we get some of those back.
Is any of that, I mean, can you see what's in there? Is any of that stuff that's recyclable that we need to educate
I'm sure a
again?
lot of it is. But I can also tell you that since COVID has started, a lot of what we're picking up in recycle cans is trash. Unfortunately, I think right now with people all being at home, they're running out of room to put things, and they're putting whatever wherever they need to. We're having to watch our recycling very, very close. So on the community appearance budget, all of this was general fund last year. Now it's being moved into the environmental services fund. So as you look at this, the variance there is whatever charges are applied to the community appearance. So on personnel and benefits, you're looking at 265.8, 53 on supplies, 38 on contractual services, other charges around 25,000. Interdepartmental, 52.9, capital outlay, 10.6, and then you get down to one-time expenditures, and we're saying one-time expenditures because we're moving it in this year at 446,879. Again, one-time expenditures. So all of those expenditures are listed as one-time because they're moving them in. What we hope to find is some efficiencies and some different things through the environmental fund so that we can come back and know what we can absorb and what we may not be able to absorb.
Darryl, another key point to remember too is that we also like to wait to the results of how we do this commercial waste results and see what happens there. Maybe we have some cushion. We can also offset with some of this cost. So there's no sense to pull the trigger right now. So let's figure out how these other services will play into as well.
And since Gilbert brought up the commercial waste, I think I skipped over that a little earlier. I do want to mention that RFP, we should have that finalized, I hope, by the end of this month, and we'll be going out next month. We've had a few delays. I don't want to blame it on COVID. We've made some no, not you. I've made some pretty drastic changes in the contract and way the RFP was, and so it is taking a little longer than we expected. But I think we're going to have a very good product when this is over. And I think that we're set up because I've got garbage companies calling me from all over South Texas. So I think we're set up to get a lot of bids and give us a lot to look at. Okay, so fee structure. I'm sorry, Ms. Solis. This is the first time since 2012, I got to say, there's a rate increase projected for next year. In the renegotiation of our Gardenville, our compost facility, our rates are going up fairly substantially for our tipping fee. And in order to accommodate that, we're looking at an increase on brush and bulky of 13 cents a month and yard waste of 12 cents a month. So a total of 25 cents a month would be added to their current garbage bill. Solid waste, or your solid waste garbage, your recycling, your HHW, none of those will increase. It is solely due to an increase at the compost facility. So it's only the trash that goes into the compost facility. 21, 22, and beyond. We're going to continue to work through the Community Appearance Department, keep Victoria beautiful, to beautify the city. Like I said, we've got good plans. It makes sense that I've got both because they can work together on a lot of projects. We're going to be working with Danielle anytime that we can to try and help. We'll work with parks as well. You'll see that if any of you've gone in and looked at our calendar, I mean, we've got days in there where we've set aside that we can help out other departments if need to. We'll continue working through the solid waste division to keep the city clean. We'll continue or work on, which I think we've done a good job so far, of creating a sustainable, standalone community appearance division as part of the Environmental Services Department. We will start, knock on wood, the commercial pickup November of 2021. Either we will be doing it or someone else. It may be Waste Management again. We'll see how the bids come in. That's going to be a big decision that the city will make that will last the next 10 years. So we want to make sure we get it right. Continue the Adopt a Highway and then other beautification projects. And I know Jesus touched on this earlier on the entryway signs. Mike and I have talked, and he's also brought up about wanting to put one on Highway 77 coming in from Hallettsville. And so that's on my list, as well as the 59 sign to work on as well. So I'll take any questions with Jesus' surprised look on his face.
I have two questions.
Yes, sir.
One's about the website. It used to be that you could put your address in a certain place and you could get your garbage schedule and the recycling schedule. I can't find it on the new one. And it's not easily, if it's there, I don't know where it's at, and it should be easy for people to find.
Tiffany has worked through our department to handle with PIO to do the web redesign, so she's been doing our website.
The service search can be found under the solid waste services. So if you go into environmental, across the top, you can find solid waste, and it's going to be that first tab right underneath that. So just look for service search.
Okay,
But if your suggestion is that maybe we can just make it a little bit easier
We
to
can.
find, we can look at doing that.
Yes.
thank you. My second question is, you've always been charged 11%, I believe it is, back to the general fund for streets and stuff? Is that still in the
Well,
budget?
it's not for streets and stuff.
Well, it's general fund administration and everything.
It's 15%.
It's 15%?
15.
Is it 15% from his new budget with community appearance in there, or is it just separated?
No, that community appearance had nothing to do with that 15%.
Okay.
50% is strictly the royalty from the landfill. That's a separate, different thing. It's not community appearance at all.
And wastewater, this is another topic, but wastewater has a charge back too? Water wastewater fund?
Wastewater transfer money to the general fund.
Yeah.
That's the policy. Okay, the 50% is outside commercial using street, technically our usage.
Right.
What you're talking about, we have a transfer policy that we transfer 10% of the gross revenue around there to help service the administration costs in general fund. Okay, that means water, environmental sends about $500,000, community center and 700 main.
Charge for 50.
About 560, 590, I believe, something like that, 568. And I think it'd be about 10 to 11%. It's a little higher on his side because he has heavier trucks on a daily basis. And it's your
I can
fault.
get smaller ones.
Does that answer your question, Mr.?
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Before we move to the next one, I'd like to take about a 3 to 5 minute break.
Okay, thank you.
I need to go to one too.
Way to mute it?
I know Ken's.
I'm
chomping at the
itching to
bit.
go.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Go.
I just want to say it's hard to get, follow somebody that was trash talking, but I will do my best. I will do my best.
Clean it up.
Okay,
clean it
we're
up.
gonna hit the general fund, Public Works Department, which consists of 3 divisions: engineering, streets, and traffic control. And now it's not working, James. What did I do? What did I do? Now you got it? Okay. Okay. Our goals and objectives is to provide engineering and, for the engineering department, provide engineering and contract services to all the city departments. And that's whether it's water, wastewater projects, parks, we do a multitude of projects. Manage the street assessment inventory, prepare construction drawings and manage construction projects. That includes design, bidding, patch 90% of the pothole requests within 2 working days, administer street sweeping and mowing contracts. We improve the drainage outfalls, storm sewer system, and roadside ditches. Ensure safe traffic, transit, and that includes vehicular, pedestrian, and cycling with quick response. Continue modernization of our traffic signals and signs and replacement of traffic signs and signals. You'll see throughout town for instance, on the traffic signals, we're enhancing the backplates, changing those out to where it's a little bit more visible, a little newer. On the storm sewer system, what we're focusing on one of our goals is to start cleaning some of the storm sewers that we have throughout town. That's one of our, it truly is one of our goals. I think that leads into our storm sewer master plan upgrade that we've got the consultants we haven't selected them, but we're getting ready to interview. Wanted to pass that on. But one of that goals is, I think our drainage in Victoria, Texas is cleaning out the storm sewers. I don't know that there's ever really been a strong program like we have with sanitary sewer.
Mr. Gill, I apologize for interrupting and
Oh,
asking.
please do.
Something's going on Rio Grande, on Houston Highway, over, I guess, by Citizens there, and the storm sewers all have bright orange blocks in them. Maybe they're made of straw. Is there some type of, and we've wondered why they're there, and obviously.
That's probably for erosion control. There's probably some construction going on or getting
Okay.
ready to happen. And what they're trying to do is keep the debris out of the storm sewer system. And that's a
Okay.
part of the stormwater control plans for all the construction projects.
That's what I kind of thought, and I thought you could maybe answer it for anybody else that wondered.
Yes, that's
Thank you.
what those would be for. Okay, our performance matrix, one of the things that we tried to do on our performance matrix is tie these back to a identifiable, definite number, and also look at the comprehensive plan to see how we're following, are we getting towards the comprehensive plan of 2035? One of it is looking at the street rating. And of course, that's going to be with our new street assessment plan coming. That may change to a certain degree. We're still going with our old street inventory. That may change, but we want to use that as a metric of how are we doing on our streets. We have sewer line extensions. That's part of the design process. We're expecting improvement on that. Water line extensions, again, that's construction projects, Crestwood, for instance, North Heights, we're putting them under engineering. Streets reconstructed, that would be your Woodways, your rehab projects, Crestwood, again, Placido Benavides, a lot of those major project streets. Bicycle lanes we added, I know that's an important item for the public. That's one I felt like that get a metric and how are we doing as far as improving Victoria for not just cars and vehicles, but for pedestrians and cyclists. Sidewalks added, that's another feature that we're looking at performance metrics. Streets resurfaced, That's been pretty standard, but we've included as always. And then pothole work orders complete. That may change next year in that we're gonna present a pothole report, basically, and we're looking at potholes, not work orders. So that will change next year, but right now we're hitting on work orders. Any questions on that one before I go?
Is that third crew up and running on the potholes?
Good question. The third crew is up and running, and we're seeing an improvement. What we've got is, prior to this, we were mainly focused on that 48-hour call. And our pothole patch crew one would run to this side of town, the other would run to this side of town. With the 3 crews, we're able to focus one of the trucks in a zone and basically proactively hit those potholes versus reactively. And then the other one, of course, the other 2 are used, reactively, or if we caught up, they'll hit that zone. And then a big one for us in the public works is when we have water breaks, sewer stoppages, and we have to dig the street up for a utility repair. Now we're able to go back and tackle those in very quick fashion, where before those were delayed sometimes months. So that third patch truck is really helping a lot.
Wasn't there an item in the budget to allow for supplementing the crews with outside contractors if it became necessary?
We
I think we put a little aside. Have you had to tap into that?
We did.
Yeah, we already did that.
We did that. We did that last year. We had a mill, it was called a mill and overlay, and we hit that. It was about 250,000. And those were the places where, for instance, Airline Road, there was a section of it that was pretty beat up. Ben Jordan, Water Street, little parts of Magruder and Lingo Lane we did. But we've tackled those right away as soon as we got those funds.
Those were mainly for like spot repairs.
Right.
Yes, point repairs.
Right. Well, we committed to do that with the additional funds, and I just want to make sure that every penny of it was spent.
It was done.
Right.
Thank you.
Airline, we got good compliments on
Yeah,
Airline.
And that's part of the reason why transitioning to a more per pothole as opposed to work order system can come into play, because obviously there's a big difference if that work order includes, 10 potholes within, a street versus, 1. And so we need to be able to better track, to identify some of these areas. Okay, where there are 10 potholes within 20 feet, well, clearly that's an issue. And at some point, you can get real scientific with this stuff and actually look at, well, how long did it take, or how long did that last? And you might have some streets where the pothole repairs last longer than others, and so that might also be an indication of the condition of the base. That might be an indication of, well, you know what, we need to stop patching these potholes and convert it into point repair, and so we want to be better with the data. And so that's why going to a more specific will help. But as Ken suggested, there's a whole other presentation specific to potholes that'll come at a later date.
And that also ties into the street assessment, because that also, as they did the street assessment, they look at the vision of the street, they count the potholes. Basically, it's a truck with 1 million cameras on it. And so that's going to help identify, how many failures do we have in potholes.
Can I get one of those?
Let me go to the next one, because I know James is itching to go. Pothole work orders complete. We've got performance metrics on that one. Low spots repaired. We've added that. That is basically curb and gutter that's settled, that we go out and fix and identify as citizens call in, or we see a really bad one, we'll get out there and fix. Street failures, that was mentioned. Y'all just talked about the street failure part, Mayor. Crack seal, that was identified last year also, and we're continuing with that program. I want to say that is one of the best bangs for the buck that you can get for any maintenance. It's great. We're continuing on this year. The contractor, just kind of a brief sidestep, they did a bunch of crack seal. They finished up, but we've got some money left. They agreed, hey, we'll leave it open. We'll come back and see if there's any more cracks as the summer proceeds and the streets shrink. So that's a good thing for them. Other performance metrics are responses to traffic signal issues, signal or head beacon upgrades, sign and pole replacements. We're always changing out the poles and signs you'll see in neighborhoods where you'll see some paint by a signal or a sign pole. We're upgrading them to become more safe, breakaway type poles, and just a better clean look. Striping, we've got that project every year, and we're continually striping the streets. I know there's some that definitely are in the need right now, so we're looking at doing that early next year. Okay, let's hit engineering budget. And I'll briefly hit some of the high points. The personnel went down. We've reduced by 1 inspector, and right now we've got 5 inspectors who are doing a great job keeping up with the projects. As we do, of course, our CIP and projects roll on, we may need to increase again, but right now we're following really well with that, so we're able to decrease. Supplies, maintenance, other charges, you can see they went down and up just very little. Interdepartmental, that's basically the IT systems. Thank you, James. No transfers, and then the capital outlay was very minimal at a $200 increase, and that was for the computers upgrading. And that's kind of went over all of those. Again, decrease in the workforce, reduction in supplies. We always look at any dime we can save. Reduction for plotter and copier maintenance of $750. And then one thing we did increase was our development for floodplain management because we lost our floodplain manager. And so we're having to take that role on. We've got, again, IT charges, thank you again, and then replacing the computers.
That's the most effective replacement I've seen in the budget. $200 to replace 3 computers. Obviously, there's more somewhere.
That's a variance. I think we've been replacing
Variance.
3 a year, so this is just an extra little bit. And what I know we've talked about that is adding more of a tablet, not a tablet, but a laptop, so that then as COVID or something happens, we can work at home more effectively. So that's one of the good things. One-time expenditures with health premium increase. And then I'll follow up with the next one is streets. Personnel and benefits, that went up as a result of health premium increases and just a baseline adjustment for our employees. Oh, let me go back. Sorry. Supplies, decrease in fuel charge. There we go. We had a decrease in supplies, and I'll get to that in the next slide. The overall budget for streets, I think that's the key one, is it went down, and that's, again, a big part of what Gilbert and Jesus were talking about is rolling some of these projects that we had scheduled for this year because of COVID. We're delaying them and putting them in next year's budget. Some of those projects that we're delaying, I know we went over that in our CIP program, our capital program, is the rehab overlay for Woodway was 3 was planned for next year. We're going to push that just a little bit into the following year. North Heights, we pushed into the following year, and the Bridle Ridge we pushed into the following year. But those I'll get to in the next slide. Okay, health premium, again, we reduced that with the baseline adjustments. The supplies and streets, we decreased with fuel charges. Maintenance, that was an increase primarily for the hot mix, for the additional patch truck, and it includes a saw cut for Sam Houston. That's at Navarro. What we've looking at doing is, as you notice, the Sam Houston and Navarro, like Guy Grant in Navarro, LaSalle Crossing in Navarro, and Glasgow, all that concrete keeps moving and pushing that hot mix and causing either a gap or a bump. So what we found out is if we can saw cut that concrete and separate the long piece into one little short piece, it's got some movement. And just, we cut it, pull out an 1.5 inch sliver and put some expansion material in there. And so far, it's worked on every street we've done. Sam Houston's our last one. So that's in there, and we're trying to beat TxDOT while they get in there and do their median, and then they milling over that project.
While you're looking at Sam Houston, there's a huge crack on that curve between the back of curb and that sidewalk. And it's getting to the point where a small dog could fall in it.
That's,
I'll donate mine to try.
that one we need to look at, and that
I
may
mean, I'm
be,
serious. I've watched it when you're coming from Sam Houston around that curve.
going on to Navarro.
From Navarro, look at that sidewalk there. There is a gap. It's probably 3 inches or more.
And that's, we've, interesting, this goes technical, because I like this part, but our streets, we cut the streets at Guy Grant, and we cut them at LaSalle. And when we cut them and we pulled out literally an 1.5 inch sliver, and we did it in the fall, we pulled it out, sealed it up. During the summer, when that concrete got hot, shrunk, when it got cold, it shrunk. That pavement was literally opened up 4 inches. It went from 1.5 inches to 4 inches. Of course, now I'm sure it's pushing back together. But part of that reason is we use that river rock, and there's a whole scientific reason, but it's moving, and should not be moving, but it is. So we found if we cut it and separate it, it's helping that asphalt joint there that we've been fighting with for, 15 years?
So have you also looked at Miori and?
Stockbauer?
No, over by the high school, by Liberty Academy, that intersection.
That's me. The one I know of is Miori, and Stockbauer is doing a little bit.
Okay, well, Miori on the other end of the whole concrete section also does it. I had somebody that rides a motorcycle tell me that it was dangerous for them.
That's at the bridge, I believe, is where you're talking, right? Right there by the, anyway.
By Liberty, I think.
Yes, by Liberty Academy.
Right.
It's right in that area, and that pavement's just moving, and we're continuously looking at that.
If you
And
can-
fixing it as part of a street department call.
Okay, I wanted to just get that one into your radar.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back on maintenance, and of course, mentioned Sam Houston contractual services, reducing one-time expenses. That goes back to what the mayor had talked about. We did some mill and overlay projects, but we are maintaining our crack seal project. That is one that we want to move forward. Other charges, we're going up a little bit in educational development. Interdepartmental, that was the reduction. We're going to a lot of lease vehicles, and also we just didn't have to purchase as many vehicles this year. Transfers, that's the push North Heights that 1 year, variance for that project. And then capital outlay, replacement of 3 computers. Go too fast. Again, the one-time expenditures, health premium increase, the saw cut for Sam Houston, the reduction in the crack seal, contractual services, and then transfers, again, pushing that North Heights just a little bit, a month or two into the delayed next year's fiscal. And then we also adding a carport for the new concrete truck to preserve it and keep it in good operational control. Next, I'll move into traffic control. Again, we saw a variance in our personnel and benefits. We saw some supply variance reductions, maintenance reductions. This budget went down quite a bit. Contractual services, other charges, and transfers, there were none, and then the capital outlay went down. Specifically, the health premium and baseline adjustments for our employees was the major variance supply. General supply reductions. Maintenance, I want to point out that we usually buy 2 cabinets a year and keep, like the traffic control cabinets, is keep one in stock. Because of the Hurricane Harvey project that we're having that is funded by FHWA, we were able to put a cabinet in that project. We've already upgraded the one that was for it, so we're going to put that one in stock. So that's a reduction in one of the cabinets that we have to buy. We're letting that project take care of that one. And that project is very close to starting. I know the contractor has gotten all the parts, all the materials, and he's just waiting for a little bit of his people to gear up and get going. And the next one is the contractual services went down. We had 2 boring projects last year that we did with, to get some new conduits under the street, increase in educational development. Look at this, a reduction in costs related to IT. James, I knew you'd wanted me to point that one out. And then the capital outlay, we included a walk-behind striper to replace it, and then replace the sign plotter. Those 2 are heavily used. And one-time expenditures was the health premium increase, and then the funding the striping project for next year, and then the capital outlay replaced the striper and the sign plotter. Going forward, the capital improvements program is one of our major incentives to move forward, get that for next year. Look at everything, not just, as we said before, citywide capital improvements, not just focused on streets and water, sewer, but focus on everything. Street assessment study, very close to completing it. We're hoping to bring that in August for y'all's review, present it, go over it, and discuss that and how that will affect future-wise as we go into doing streets. We'll be able to look at, not just do we rebuild it, is it in bad shape, but look at different aspects of maintenance. And we've really gone into, with that developer and that IMS group, and we'll get into that further when we go over it, but it's not just sometimes looking at the surface, it's understanding what's under it. And Jeff, you had brought that up a long time ago, that sometimes you can surface it and that's just not the answer. We want to increase street maintenance by proactively fixing potholes. We want to implement the storm drainage master plan update. Again, we've got 3 consultants that we're getting ready to interview, and then we'll have a selection very soon. We have the storm sewer cleaning program. Again, I think that's one of our biggest initiatives, and it's going to be, if we can move forward with that, and it's a joint program, not a joint program, but we're working together with the utility division that, I'll just kind of spill the beans on it. They are purchasing a new vac truck because they need one for cleaning out sanitary sewers. The one that they're replacing is not in bad shape. So we're going to take it over to street department and use it and begin a storm sewer cleaning program. And we'll start small, but we'll attack a neighborhood, get them cleaned out. And I think that's one of the biggest things the public will see is they'll just drain better. They'll drain faster. And once it quits raining, water will be gone. And I don't know that we've ever had a true storm sewer cleaning program in this town. Since I've been here, we've just done very little, but I'm really looking forward to it. And I think that's going to be a good thing for the public. We also want to continue with our sign replacement and signal upgrade program. And that's it for the general fund portion. If you have any questions, I can address those, and then we'll hit the larger one.
You say signal upgrade program, what do you mean?
That is, what we're looking at doing is replacing, of course, the back plates on some of them, upgrading the computer programming, making them more efficient, timing. We're always looking at upgrading. And even to the point of the Hurricane Harvey project is changing out mast arms when we can. The big one, of course, it's very expensive, and as times get better, is getting rid of some of those ones that I call the span wire and going back to mast arms. They're just more efficient, they're prettier, they're better, but it's upgrading those signals and just having traffic flow better.
This question doesn't fit in this category, but how many of our streetlights are LED? What percentage of the streetlights are LED?
Not many, and most of the streetlights are owned and operated by the private utility companies. Now, one thing I've heard that is great news, and Mike can help me with this one, but AEP, we've worked with them, they are moving towards LED. So as they start replacing their lighting, they're replacing with LED. They're finally moving forward. And I think VEC, Victoria Electric Co-op, same thing. But every signal that we put in, we have to put streetlights up at all four corners. We've been putting LED up for 10 years. And the other one that's going to be a big project, Navarro Median, new streetlights, LED, middle of the road, right with the double Cobra. Instead of that one trying to reach all the way over, it's going to get lit up really nice. So, okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Again, Houston Highway, do we maintain that or does TxDOT maintain that? Because there's a spot that needs to be leveled, like you did on Airline, like you've done on Stockbauer, which are great.
Houston Highway is TxDOT. They are, this year, they have a mill and overlay on Houston Highway, and it's from basically Water Street all the way out to Loop 463. So I'm sure when they do that, they'll catch it.
Okay, and actually level it, not just overlay right where it is.
No, that will be part of the level up. They're gonna also, and this is a great one for us, we did a lot of the utility work on Moody Street and the downtown utility project. And over the years, we've had a lot of water breaks on Moody Street. We worked with TxDOT, made a kind of a arrangement that said, hey, do we have to go back and fix those spots before you do a mill and overlay? And they said, no, we'll take care of those for you. So those patches and things down Moody Street that we all frustrate and hit, they're going to get fixed up with the TxDOT project.
The third pothole truck has made a difference.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We think so too. And I compliment our street department staff and Jonathan Lopez, our street superintendent. He's done a great job in putting the team together and just organizing everything on that. And that's why I know that storm sewer cleaning, he is gonna take that one and take it running and get his crews together and efficiently do both.
That will be the most economical project to improve drainage that Victoria's ever seen.
I agree. We've done some already, storm sewer cleaning. We did it on Red River for the public. I remember going down in front of Woodlawn, the bowling alley, and it would rain, and literally a day later, there'd be water still in that road. And it bothered me that we're gonna do a $3 million street, and it's still gonna sit in water. So we said, you know what, we can get storm sewer cleaning. And we did, cleaned out some of the 12-inch pipe that was there that we found concrete and just junk in it, the rest of it. And to this day, I don't think that little section has flooded. It may get deep quick, but it drains off.
I think I cut off Miss Solis before you go on.
And I was gonna say, the lights that are going up on the medium on Navarro, are those gonna be paid for by TxDOT money, or is it something that's gonna come out of our budget?
TxDOT.
TxDOT, okay.
TxDOT's, the Julie worked with TxDOT to get the sidewalks in on Navarro in Business 59. And we're paying about $400,000, Gilbert, for the sidewalks as part of our cost. Yes, about 400. They're paying the remainder for the sidewalks. They're paying for the median. They're paying for the lighting. They're paying for the signal at Morning Glory. It's fully covered.
Are we gonna have any trees or anything on that medium, or is it gonna be one of those real thin ones?
It's probably going to be pretty thin, and that's where it gets difficult, because if you put trees or anything, now you got to get irrigation over to it. So they're not too, and who's going to maintain it?
Yeah.
Lisa. Maintain everything else, right? Beautification.
But Ken, doesn't the street department have the water truck?
That's true. That's true. That's true. You didn't hear that. I don't want you borrowing that. I know. Okay. Fell asleep. Okay, now we'll get into the utilities. Make sure I got the right one. Okay, yes, I do. Okay, this is our water and wastewater, and I want to go over, we have 7 different groups in this division. We have the water plant, water distribution, wastewater plant, wastewater collection group, pre-treatment group, UBO, and then a environmental division. It's a large group of people. It's about 95 total. And I want to thank those guys. I want to thank the street department, traffic engineering. They're the ones that help keep this budget. They're all an integral part of us, and I want to thank them out there for working with us. Roland is here. He helped me a lot with the budget. This was my first one, and he knows a lot about the technical parts. So our goals and objectives is, of course, we want to produce and distribute excellent quality water. And I believe, in my opinion, we've got one of the best tasting water around. We want to make sure that we have good collection, treatment of our sanitary sewer, exceeding all the TCEQ requirements with 0 plant effluent violations. It sounds easy, but TCEQ can be daunting at times. We want to reduce oil and grease discharges from food establishments. And I'll get into that. Don't let me forget to mention how we're going to go about doing that through one of the programs later in the program. Implement new stormwater management plan, improve billing software for more online customer service. What we're doing in there is we right now have a company called Harris, which does our utility billing. It's coming up for a renewal, but during that time, we want to actually look at the whole billing system. You know, how is it working with our finance department? How's the public liking it? What ways can we improve upon our billing system? And what ways can we make it easier for our cashiers and the people in the UBO to move forward? It's can be daunting at times, as you can imagine, with 22,000 customers. We want to remove inactive meters. We want to complete the utility locates accurately and in 48 hours is required. Just so you kind of give an idea of how many utility locates, we get about 10,000 a year. And that's done by just about 3 people. So it's a very time-intensive task, and you can't be wrong. We want to televise and clean sanitary sewer mains to reduce stoppages and overflows. Some of the performance matrix, again, we want to tie these to actual items we can quantify and that move forward in our comprehensive plan. Water, and what's interesting is some of these we looked at is how you can, if you see your water treated volumes go up, more people. It's not necessarily that we're throwing water away. We're either getting more people, we're having more businesses come in. Same thing with the sewer and the private haulers. One thing we're looking at, our matrix, is ASR storage volume. Of course, that project's getting ready. We're doing the final testing, and then next year we'll be drilling the ASR well. Private haulers waste is a metric we want to look at. Again, that's indicative of, you know, how are we doing as a city. Stormwater inspections, industrial waste inspections, new utility accounts. Again, like I said, that tells us kind of how is Victoria doing as far as we're moving forward. This is the one that we really want to focus on is the new portal accounts. We're going to get the word out to use that account and be able to look at your water bill, get notified if you've got a water leak. I think that is just the neatest thing, and get that out to the public. If we, go to meetings, get it to the chamber, get it to the Rotary clubs, but get that word out that it's really easy to sign up for, and it's a great tool. A lot of great things that you can use for that. And then we also want to move towards more paperless accounts, get people lined, more in tune with the current times. More matrix is water breaks repaired, hydrant and valve maintenance, water lines replaced, meters installed, utility locates.
He rounded up earlier on the utility locates.
It's about, you're right. I did round up a little bit, didn't I? I got that from our utility locate people today. They said, about 10,000, but yeah, you're right. It's about 5,000.
That way.
It seems 10,000. Good one, good catch. Sewer lines replaced, manholes repaired, and then sewer lines TV'd and cleaned. And a lot of those projects in Matrix are ongoing every year. Okay. This is where we get to the big items. We've got, one thing I want to do that's not in this part is our total water sales is $14 million. That's revenue coming in. We have wastewater sales. I shouldn't say that. Wastewater charges, because you don't sell wastewater. About 12 million. Surcharges, 4 million, and other at 670. So we have a revenue of 27 million coming in. So aside from that, the personnel and benefits, we had the variance on that one, and that is primarily due to baseline adjustments and healthcare premiums. We have supplies, that's a fuel cost, that's a reduction in fuel costs. Maintenance went up a little bit, and we'll get into those as we move further along. Same with contractual services. A big part of those services include the TCEQ permitting. The sweeping of streets is in this part of the budget. I've got notes. Mowing, sweeping, the annual TCEQ permits for the wastewater plant and the water plants, those are really expensive. And then a lot of our testing for the constituents that go into the water and out of the water. So those are the contractual charges, services. We have other services that stayed relatively the same. Interdepartmental, which goes back to the IT charges for software. Thank you. Building services overhead, custodial services, and vehicle replacements. Transfers, that's what Gilbert mentioned, the 10% transfer into the general fund, right? He's nodding, he's not nodding, okay. Capital outlay, that's for the major projects, major items that we have. Debt service, that's been going down every year, and then construction. Some of the projects we're pushing back is the North Heights utility project, a couple of months again. That's the last one, Nueces. And then we're also pushing back let me look. Some of the sewer line replacement projects and the sewer line cleaning projects. One project I'd like to give an update on is the generator project for the regional plant and for water plant 3. Contractor's on schedule. The slabs have been poured and are waiting on shipment of the generators and doing the final hookup. So they're on schedule, and they're assuring me it'll be done by their contract time. Okay, going on to the budget variances. Again, baseline adjustments. We have fuel cost reduction. Maintenance, this is replacement of some control valves at the surface water plant. We've done one. This would replace the second of three. Those are about 43,000. We have pump repairs at the surface water plant and the wastewater plant. Well maintenance, which includes, we have three water wells left in our rotation, and we'll catch two of those this year. That's about 280,000 for the well maintenance. And then we also have actuators at the surface water plant. And those are at the filter basins. We have 6 filter basins, and there's 5 actuators that regulate the water coming in, going out, and then also the backwash. Those, being that plant's 20 years old, we need to get on a replacement to get those out, get the new ones in. So we're going to do a 5 a year over a 6-year period, and those run 33,000 for the set. Pump sensors and pump meter heads, those are at the raw water station to meet the TCEQ guidelines and keep those accurate. Contractual services, UBO billing software upgrade. Again, we talked about getting those upgrades, making it easier for the customer, making it easier on finance and the utility billing group. Water tank inspections at Water Plant 3. We've got 4 concrete water tanks, ground storage. We want to get those inspected. Let's look at the inside, make sure the bladders are in good shape, the one that is there, determine if there's any structural damage. And one good point I would like to bring up is we are in the process of having those tanks pressure washed. We have a contractor that all he has to do is sign the contract and he can get started. I know that's a good beautification item. We're working on that plant, cleaning it up, but that's coming soon. We also have the wastewater local limit permit, and that basically is every 5 years TCEQ requires us to do our local limits for the wastewater plant, and we're due. Last one we did was 2016. And then we have other, the SCADA modernization, which is always good to know, supervisory control, and data acquisition. So Roland and I had a long discussion about really what does that mean. And that's what we're trying to do there is get the newest upgrades, the newest versions, as we say, for both the wastewater and the water plant. That way we can tie those together and in a computer sense. In other words, if you're at the water plant, you get a call about a lift station overflowing, you can actually look at that and respond. Same thing with the wastewater group. They'll be able to look and respond easily with both of them. Right now, totally independent, and it makes it difficult for, the emergency crews at night. Let's see, stormwater TCEQ local permit advertisement, that went down a little bit. The interdepartmental is vehicle replacement one time. One of the items, vehicle replacements that we're looking is, again, replacing one of the vac trucks, and as that, the old one will go into the street department to do storm sewer cleaning. The other one is replacing 2 backhoes. It's our typical, the one Roger's been doing, where it's a 5-year buyback program. We buy them initially, and then in 5 years, they buy them back. Increase was building services and custodial services, and in transfers, of course, that went up because our increase in funds. And then capital outlay, that went up, but we're moving, again, North Heights into the following year. Debt, decrease in the debt payments, and in construction, ASR. One-time expenditures, a lot of these I went over. Again, replacing a control valve and actuators at the water plant. One of the big ones is the bar screen at the wastewater plant. Right now we have 2 influent lines that come in at the wastewater plant. And one of them, we've got a new bar screen. Basically, it's a screen that collects stuff that should not be put down, I was gonna say crap, that should not be put down the toilets, which is everything from, and I'll get my chance now, flushable wipes are not degradable. They all end up, and we have to pull them out one by one, literally, through that bar screen. What we've got is, right now, we got a new one with the influent line coming in, and then the other line coming in goes to the 1972 bar screen. Well, that doesn't catch much, so all those rags, everything else that slips through goes into all the pumps at the headworks and just ages them and wears them out. What we're gonna do is replace that old one, put a new one, we call it a fine screen. A lot easier to maintain, a lot easier to clean. $1 million or 980,000, well worth it for us in the future, the sewer plant. Ground storage inspection, mentioned that one. Linko support for pretreatment. That one is basically a minor upgrade to our pretreatment program for waste haulers. And they'll be able to themselves input the data into how much they haul and how much they dispose to the wastewater plant. The good thing about that is it used to be we would get their paper copy, we'd have to input it and do all the data ourselves. This one, they'll do it for ourselves. It also will trigger us when we look at grease traps for restaurants, as we can now keep track of that data, where they're getting that grease from, where they're hauling it from, and we can make sure that the restaurants are getting their grease traps pumped out on a regular basis. So that's a big benefit on that part of the budget. Interdepartmental, additional Vector truck and backhoe replacements, and then the capital outlay. Again, rehabbing 2 of the water wells, that's $280,000. A chemical feed system, it says system, but really it's just, we're trying to protect the chemical feed out there, putting a small cover over it. The bar screen I mentioned at the regional plant, $900,000. There's a conveyor that you need to replace, that once all that material comes out, you need basically a screw conveyor to push all that stuff out into a place where you can pull it out and dispose of it. Computer upgrades to laptops. Another big item of about $80,000 is a meter test bench. We've got one now, but this one's going to improve the efficiency and part of our conservation plan. We've got to test so many meters to meet the conservation plan and TCEQ. Next big project, Airline Road Waterline. We've got that in the budget. We are currently in design process and looking to bid that one later this year. And then North Heights Phase 7. Going forward, update the MS4. We want to implement our dental amalgam program, a new TCEQ thing where we're having to contact all the dentists about whatever amalgam is. It's something they do, I don't know, teeth. Construct ASR well, begin underground water storage, online residential and commercial water account activation. We're doing it now. We just want to improve upon it. COVID pushed us onto that limit. Thank you, Jesus. We got pushed on. Let's get online. Let's get up with the program instead of having people have to come in. We're working with it, and it's working out really well. We just want to continue it and improve upon it for the public. Again, water meter testing program. Keep up our Texas optimization program, which means that we're producing water the most efficient. And grease and odor reduction program. Ms. Elise, we are up improving they call it Microsolve. We added some to the budget to put in the lines and more in the lift stations, because we know in certain places we do have some odor issues.
Thank you.
And questions?
At some point, could you look into what the costs and ramifications are to look at putting in remote control valves from our water tanks, elevated tanks? And I think there's also valves that respond to when pressure drops below a certain amount, they will close. and things.
I think we got those. I'm gonna let Roland.
We do have some currently in our system,
Good.
but we're also looking for future improvements on where that would help us with the water flow in the upper or high.
High-pressure planes and low-pressure planes.
Well, they could also come in handy for other emergencies,
True.
too. I appreciate that.
That's why Roland's here.
Can he answer the question on that dental stuff too? Just kidding.
Fillings.
Just kidding.
It's fillings.
It's the material, they make the fillings.
Yeah, that's what they make fillings.
There you
See,
go.
there you go.
See?
See?
So, but what
That's
does
why
that-
he's here.
That's why he's here.
But what does that mean? Because I mean, I agree with you.
They-
It sounds like we're gonna put it in the water, which
No,
obviously we're not.
they've actually, that's part of the pre-treatment program, and TCEQ, in their infinite wisdom, that's one of the things they're worried about, getting into the sanitary sewer system. So we got to go monitor the dentist to make sure that that doesn't get in, that they dispose of it properly, they fill out the right forms. Yes,
So, I guess when they replace the filling.
yes.
Yeah,
Other things.
okay. Any other questions for Ken?
What happened to gold fillings?
Yeah,
We'll take those.
2,100 an ounce.
okay, so we've reached a decision point for council. We anticipate the remaining presentations taking 45 minutes to an hour. And so I'll leave it up to council if you'd like to push through or if you'd like to reconvene tomorrow.
We can take a short break. I'm
What's
ready
your
to go.
pleasure?
To keep going.
Fine, either way.
Are you saying 45 minutes each or 45?
No, total 45 minutes to an hour.
Well,
Well,
let's take a short break and.
Let's take a
I'd like to
break.
push
Let's
through
do it.
Okay,
I'd like to push it through, but I'd like a break.
okay.
Glad to work with
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna keep on going with building and equipment services. Roger, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Yes, sir. Fast, I got it. Well, this one's pretty boring, so it's gonna be pretty quick. Building and equipment services, of course, we have put several departments into one, so we'll have a little something to talk about. But we'll get right into it. Let's see, start that thing up. Okay. Last on the list, but first in our hearts, is a facilities master plan. That's the big one for next year. We plan on putting that together. Hopefully, it should help us with the rest of our goals for fiscal year '21. Mainly increasing operational efficiency, decreasing response time to service calls, building a comprehensive maintenance plan. The facilities master plan obviously will probably do that for us, but that's been something we've worked on individually as we've been going. And we're going to integrate more of the city's fleet vehicles into the enterprise fleet management maintenance program. The cost is significantly lower to us than our current contract, so that's Enterprise is working with us currently on executing that plan. For performance metrics, we want to. We don't have a lot we can really look at on this, but this is kind of what we've been tracking over the last couple of years. It's automotive PMs, it's facilities PMs, and how many new vehicles can we put in the fleet every year to decrease the amount of vehicles that we're having to pay for all of the maintenance on that are outside of the life cycle of the maintenance contract. Those cost us a considerable amount of money, so replacing those is definitely on the performance metrics. That's highly dependent upon funding, but we do strive to get as many as we can. And maintaining custodial services for 7 of our city facilities, which that number is probably going to increase this year. We're looking at a couple different plans to hopefully decrease the cost and increase the efficiency of that service. This is a look at our total budget for the 3 departments that have now become one. There was the fleet department, the building services department, and the custodial services department. The large increase in personnel and benefits is directly due to that coming together of the departments. We'll have another slide that'll explain the variances, but we've got an overall decrease of about $40,000, which is great considering we have taken on quite a few more personnel. So we'll get into the next slide and explain the variances. Personnel benefits, obviously the 3 departments coming together as one is the reason for the almost $500,000 increase. We've got some increases in supplies due to the departments coming together, some increases in maintenance due to the departments coming together, decreased fuel costs because gas is cheap, and also some of our newer vehicles are burning less fuel, so that also helps, but not quite as much as cheap fuel prices. Insurance premiums and IT charges are coming up. And let's see, capital outlay, we've got some reduced vehicle replacement expenditures for 2 reasons. The lease program has decreased our acquisition costs greatly, as well as we're gonna not replace as many as we probably originally anticipated to. So due to estimated decrease in available funding for that due to COVID somewhat. So we have one other budget that we take care of, and it is the 700 Main Center budget. It is solely to maintain that facility. There are no personnel and benefit expenses. It's got some supplies, cleaning supplies, soap, paper goods. It's got some maintenance, as you can see there. A lot of these have decreased. All of them have decreased, actually, so that's excellent for us. And our capital outlay has also decreased greatly. The next slide will explain why. We have decrease in small tools and supplies, AC maintenance, and electricity. These decreases in expected costs are due to trends in recent years. We just went back, did some research on how much have we actually spent versus what we've been kind of prepared for. Those numbers have been quite a bit lower, so we're trying to meet in the middle somewhere and decrease what we expect to have to spend on maintenance. Plus, we've done some capital expenditures this year that are going to decrease the amount of repair work we'll have to do on some of that building's facilities, so systems, rather. We have some decrease in safety and purchasing fees and decreased one-time funding, mainly because we're doing quite a few AC units this year, and we did a big door access, automated door access project this year that cost quite a bit of money, but next year, the only plan we really have for capital outlay is a dumpster enclosure to hide those beautiful dumpsters that are in the parking lot when you drive in. So hopefully we can get that done. That'll be great for us. So looking forward, we want to continue adding fleet vehicles to the enterprise fleet management system. Again, we're big believers in that. We really think it's going to be a great program for us and save us a lot of money. The facilities master plan to include all of our facilities. Currently, my department somewhat is involved with all of our facilities, but not directly, especially in like fire stations and whatnot. I know that those guys really take care of their own. But we're excited to get our hands on the rest of them and give us a really good outline of what we're dealing with and what way we should approach maintaining these facilities. So what's next? Work toward the consolidation of custodial services in city facilities. We have several maintenance custodial contracts that are administered by their own departments. Parks Department, may have their own, and Community Center might have their own. We do some of the facilities in-house. It's kind of all over the place. So we plan on taking a good look at that and getting that all under one roof, maybe under one contract, and hopefully saving some money and increasing efficiency there. And of course, renegotiate the emergency and heavy-duty fleet vehicle maintenance contract, which is related to the enterprise program we have. It's going to hopefully look a lot different in the coming years. That program is one of the major expenses. I'm going to back up here to our slide. As you can see, we have the contractual services section of this is rather large. That's 2 contracts mostly. There is a custodial services contract in there and like our elevator maintenance and inspections. But the large number is due to our fleet vehicle maintenance contract and our bulk fuel supply contract. Those are the 2 contracts that make up that large number. With that, that's pretty much it. I'm open to take any questions you have. Hopefully I can give you a good answer.
A quick one, you just answered half of it. I was going to ask you if the fleet was in contractual services. But we're still buying some, so is it in capital outlay as well?
We're still buying some fleet?
Is that right?
Yes, we are still buying some, mainly heavy-duty specialized items like fire trucks, garbage trucks, that sort of thing, are pretty specialized and are not available in a lease package. So we still do have to purchase and maintain those.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Roger, on this budget, you have 44 new fleet vehicles. What does that bring our total to? These are leased.
So yes, they would be leased and or purchased.
Okay.
I think we had maybe 1 or 2 additional vehicles, which would bring our fleet number to like 299 vehicles. But the other 43 would be direct replacements. So the vehicles that have timed out, in other words, would be sold and we would replace them with those 40.
And I want to make sure, hit on Roger's point of view on the fleet management contract. When that comes up, that's going to be a big bang, huge change, because once we kind of restructure that and capitalize on the enterprise, because the maintenance on enterprise is much lower cost. So that is the big bang, especially get at this. You got $2.3 million recurring already in that fleet contract. So you're going to be able to have over $1 million to work with to transmit that into more vehicle replacements on a lease purchase deal.
Right.
And you already established the money. So there's not really new money coming in. That's
Right.
what's so beautiful about this.
I remember that you said there was a percentage of vehicles that we had to lease before we could renegotiate that contract.
Well, doing the pilot program?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, but hopefully Roger's going to go move.
Yeah, I can explain that.
There you go.
Sure, yeah. So Enterprise offers, on their lease vehicles, they offer what they call full maintenance. That is a fixed cost that you pay into the lease payment that covers all of the maintenance of that vehicle. What they also offer is a maintenance management program in which you can take your owned vehicle and put it on their maintenance management program for $8 a month. I think it's $8 a month or a year. It's a month, I think. It's
A month.
Yeah, so $8 a month gets you.
I was gonna say for $8 a year?
Yeah, super cheap, right? So $8 $8 a month, you can get any vehicle you have put on that program. They monitor that. So when you can take it to any of the locations, you can take any of the enterprise cars, which is 20 preferred vendors in Victoria. Take it there. If it's over a certain amount or it needs a major repair, something like that, Enterprise will then call us and say, hey, this, the shop is telling us that it needs this, a transmission, an axle, whatever it needs. And we can make the call on that, whether or not we want to do that. But they'll manage the maintenance of that vehicle, PMs, which is oil changes, new tires, anything under a certain dollar amount, they'll do it without question. Takes the burden off of us, and it also decreases the amount of money we're paying this maintenance contractor that, to be frank, hasn't really been transparent with us on how they charge us for a specific vehicle class. I've had a hard time getting that information out of them. So if we could see to compare, it would be great, but I can't seem to find out what it costs to maintain an F-150 versus a police car versus a fire truck in this contract. It's just, here's the number, pay it or don't. So hopefully this clears up some of that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Williams, I want to thank you for stepping up the dress code tonight and wearing an ascot.
Thank you. I was going for European look. I'm glad you noticed.
Very classy.
Very
Yes,
classy.
very classy. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Well, thank you.
You also made him turn red.
Wow.
Questions for Roger? No? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay, so next we have IT. This will help answer the question as to why everybody's individual budgets has an increase in an IT charge.
Could you just send us an email?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for staying late to give me the opportunity to defend myself after everyone just criticized me. I am going to follow Daryl's lead and say it's not my fault, but, but that's how it works. IT is an internal service department fund, and so our cost center, and so that's just a great way for finance to be able to spread those costs across different funds. So our goals and objectives, of course, all of our initiatives are prioritized to directly support the business needs of other departments, and of course, the city's strategic priorities at 2035. Maintain compliance, security, confidentiality of sensitive areas of operations, including and not limited to law enforcement sensitive information. So any of their RMS solutions, we're directly responsible for that. And of course, then we efficiently manage the delivery of citywide technology services. Now, these are some of the performance metrics. Now, obviously, we do track additional performance metrics, but I didn't want to put them in there. This is more about network availability, server availability, amount of emails we're selecting, how much malware and viruses, security events are occurring. But so the ones we did cover, help desk requests, after-hour call-outs. We do maintain call-outs for police and fire during not only after hours, but also on weekends. And of course, in our phone calls that we answer on a daily basis. This is our technology budget, and of course you can see personnel and benefits did increase. We'll cover all the variances in the next slide. Supplies went up a little bit. Maintenance obviously went up a huge number. Contractual services slight increase. Other charges, I will say that was a decrease, and that was due to this year we just renewed our security awareness training software. And so I want to take a moment to thank y'all for all completing your security awareness training. That was very appreciative that you completed that. But that was in this year's budget, so that's why we saw a decrease. Interdepartmental saw a decrease, and then of course capital outlay, we saw a large increase in there. Total expenditures, we saw increase from $374,648, and our recurring expenditures also increased by $351,450. Okay, so personnel and benefits, obviously like every other department, we saw the health premium increases. Maintenance was, we had two new maintenance fees that we're proposing. And that is the budget program for Finance Department, and also an HRIS, which is Human Resources Information System software that is also being proposed. Also, and so that works out to, let me give you that number on there. The HRIS maintenance was a $80,000 on the maintenance increase. The budget software maintenance would have been $68,000. And then we have an existing maintenance agreement with, for our SAP ERP system. And that was currently was in a non-departmental fund. And that's been moved over to our department, and that was $53,760 off of there. We also had some charges that were moved from our computer maintenance to our software maintenance. And we also had some other renewals that were basically had some increases on their renewals. Interdepartmental didn't change much. Capital outlay, we basically, again, this is replacement equipment, which was network firewalls and wireless access points. Typically, these do not follow a normal lifetime cycle as far as what we do with our computers and laptops. Those we follow a 5-year replacement cycle. The networking equipment and such as that, we go by basically when it becomes end of support. End of life in that, and so these are actually our wireless equipment here was put in 2013, and obviously there's a lot more changes that we can get with some of the newer access points. Also, we're proposing that we upgrade our existing electronic storage software, which is Laserfish, to a newer program, which is Laserfish Rio. That's a newer licensing fee that they cover that gives us a lot more benefits. Some of those would be basically electronic forms processing. So currently our solution right now is just very basic. We can just store the documents, retrieve the documents, look at the documents. With the electronic forms processing, we can do such things as actually create the form and through workflows, submit it through any of the various departments. So for instance, a great example of this would be our finance department with any of our example was our travel vouchers. That's a very manual process. This could be something that we can easily just implement. An employee could put it in and submit it to their supervisor, have it approved, automatically route to finance and go that way. So it's going to greatly improve efficiency in those areas.
Before you move on,
Yes.
the wireless access points, that's not the same thing we were talking about at with the library yesterday, correct? This is just within the buildings.
This is within the building. Now, Dana had mentioned that she does have, as part of that with her E-rate, she is getting the ability to replace out her wireless access points. And we're actually going to be increasing her wireless access points, but that's covered directly in her budget.
I was thinking of hotspots that you've got to correct. Thank you.
Yeah, and no, hotspots
They're
would be
not the same.
something different that she was also bringing up. So our one-time expenditures, was in contractual services. That was a $100,000 increase. That was mainly due to the one-time implementation fees if council approves the budget program and the HRS system implementation. The budget software implementation fees was $70,000, and the HRS implementation fees was $30,000. Now, we're basically going to cover now what we're being proposed. So Human Resources is proposing an alternative solution that was going to replace the following solutions. We currently have a lot of disparate systems. People admin for the job applications. They utilize SAP for employee payroll and accruals. And then we also use Kronos for time and attendance that then has to be manually inputted into SAP on a weekly basis. ADP for our online pay stubs, and then of course Admin Direct for our online benefits. So by going with this proposal, we hope to consolidate not only all of those into one program, but we're also gaining the following applications, which is employee onboarding, online employee forms, employee evaluations, and the applicant text messaging capability. There is a video that is shown here. It's about a 15-minute video. I'm going to leave it to your discretion if you'd like me to play it, or if not, we can make that link available to you after that.
I'll take the link, please.
Thank you.
What's employee waterboarding?
Did I say waterboarding?
It's onboarding.
What's onboarding?
Onboarding.
Just
Did I say
curious.
waterboarding?
No,
I was gonna say something that didn't look like me.
So, employee onboarding, and it's perfect during this time and day with COVID, is really moving us toward that 21st century kind of city. As applicants apply for jobs, NeoGov will be that avenue that they come into, and then we'll be able to push out all those new hire forms that they have to fill out, and now they can do that as part of their onboarding electronically. So they don't have to then come and spend half of a day or 3/4 of their first day with HR. All that's done up front. We also will have the opportunity to apply welcome videos to that onboarding platform. And so whenever they sign in as a new employee and they're getting their forms, they can get a message from our city manager that says, "Welcome to the city of Victoria." And so it really just puts that platform of a 21st century kind of aspect out there for applicants as well as new employees coming to join our organization.
And some of that also helps too, because, you know, for us, obviously, as new employees come on board, it's important that, you know, they get some form of, I was gonna use the word touch, because it's really just that, you know, welcome to the city type of setup. We currently have a new employee orientation that, because of COVID, was delayed. And so oftentimes this occurs on a monthly basis. So by that time, you might have employees that have already started with the city for weeks. And if for whatever reason, maybe they missed last month employee orientation, it might be even more than a month before they even get to see, you know, me or hear from HR about some of the basics about, you know, welcome to the city. And so this will allow us to share some of that information with them, you know, right off the bat. And so that, I think, helps new employees feel, you know, welcome, part of the team, and it's not something that happens, you know, 2 months down the line or whatever the case may be.
Well, it gives us the opportunity too to really share and immerse them in our culture and what our expectations are as new employees and who we are as an organization. And, you know, just like Jesus said, welcome them into our organization in a little bit better of a fashion than what we've been doing. There's one correction that I wanted just to make on this slide. The Kronos time and attendance system is interfaced with SAP, so there's not any manual timekeeping that needs to be done. And so we moved away from that when we did go to Kronos. We're going to be able to keep our existing clocks if we go to NeoGov, so there's not that additional expense. But all of these systems take an employee a different password, a different username, and so it's not very user-friendly from that standpoint. Going into one system that handles everything plus gives us additional capability definitely reaches that goal of what we heard back from that employee feedback or that leadership feedback around wanting to be more user-friendly, having that one system that contains everything. And so that's what we're recommending. We have 5 applications, now we're going to 1. And we anticipate that optimization will be there. The efficiency definitely across all departments with all employees' experiences will be there. Just a better user experience overall. It's going to help us internally from an administrative standpoint to have one place to go to enter data, to interface with data versus tapping into all the different systems and inputting data maybe 1, 2, 3, 4 times, which is what we do now on the back end. So welcome any questions you might have with regards to NeoGov. That's about the quickest presentation you're going to get tonight.
Is there a licensing fee that you have to pay every year, or do you have to?
So there is there's a maintenance fee associated with it, but we don't have to pay for updates to the program. So we pay the one fee. And then if they add new programs or new types of aspects to it, that would be an additional cost. So we've got right now the implementation. Right now, I think it's estimated about $83,000 is what we're spending on all 5 applications. Additional 20-something thousand will get us into year 1 with NeoGov. Year 2 will cost us additional $20,000 to get to the $130,000 overall estimated contract fee for the program. And then from there, that will be just a reoccurring fee, which I'm not sure.
That was 80,000.
Okay. The reoccurring and I'll verify this, is 80,000 ongoing year, but I think it's just I'll verify exactly what that reoccurring is. Great question.
Any other questions?
James still has more to go.
Well, actually, Wesley's going to come up and talk more about their solution, which is the budgeting software, or I do want to bring up, it is, never mind. I was just going to say, this is what I consider to be Gilbert 2.0. So we have Gilbert 1.0, this is now Gilbert 2.0.
Explain the 2.0.
Gilbert is 2.0, so what happens on there is, so a lot of the questions that came up and what I got out of this when I was really looking at it was there's a lot of things where, and I see that with council, you're asking, well, what happens when we do this? What happens when we do this? And he can basically just spout those numbers off just like that, and you can do that. But then with Gilbert 2.0, you don't have to do that. You can actually do it on your own and not have to wait for him or call him. He'll have all that information.
Well, he's being nice, is that he's telling you when I croak off, you have a backup system.
You've been replaced with robotics.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll try to keep this pretty brief. I know I had several slides prepared, but I'll go through them pretty quickly. Finance has spent a little over the last 12 months exploring different solutions to improve our efficiency in the budgeting and financial reporting process. Our current process involves numerous Excel and Word files and is very manually intensive. For instance, since January this year, our budget manager, accounting manager, and accountant have accumulated over 300 hours of overtime getting the various budget worksheets and documents ready for department submissions up to the printed versions that you've been provided for these work sessions. Also, with the process being fully manual, there's an increased chance for human error. So even if we're making one minor change to the budget, it can affect dozens of pages within a 400-page document, which can be pretty difficult to catch when it's all manual and not automated. And also, there's currently no centralized mechanism in place for tracking performance metrics across all departments. This data is maintained internally by each department. So the solution we've spent most of this year researching and what we feel best fulfills our needs is OpenGov's budgeting, planning, and reporting suite. The various modules included in the suite are listed here. I'll just go through a few of them briefly. The full suite is a cloud-based application, just like the HRIS software, so it'll be updated automatically. It allows for an unlimited number of users. There's no cost for user licenses. Each user will have a different level of access. For instance, finance department would have full access to all areas, directors maybe just to their departmental budgets, and then the council would just have their read-only access. Having all this data stored in a single application will save a lot of time by not having to open and close multiple Excel files, which between Excel and Word is probably up into the hundreds of files that we maintain throughout this process. The budget book will be published online. It's been explained to us that it's just simply a click of the button. So once the implementation work is done in the first year, developing the framework, kind of putting together where the narratives will go, where the charts and tables and the different features that you see within it, those items will update automatically. Obviously, there will be some manipulation to the narrative each year. And the budget book itself will meet GFOA award criteria, so we'll keep applying for that. The solution also allows for what-if scenario analysis. So we're able to put together multiple versions of the budget, such as, if we propose an increase in the tax rate, or we have a change in sales tax projections, or if we want to look at what a pay program would look like, or different funding options for capital projects, we can look at those and compare them very quickly and discuss those throughout the budget process.
If I may, this is what I asked you about last year, correct? When I asked you if you could quickly analyze different things, and you came back to me to tell me that it's not that easy.
Correct.
That you had to do it all manually.
Right,
So
exactly.
This will solve that, and I think is a great tool for us to better ask for different scenarios and get very accurate answers back while we go through these budgeting processes. I was kind of amazed that there was as much manual input, quite frankly.
I
So-
agree.
So
Yeah.
I'm glad to
He
see
said,
this.
he said it's job
No, I
security.
really am. I'm glad to see
Yeah.
it.
It's expensive to convert.
Well,
Yeah, it's job security for the staff, right? Anyway,
but I think
but
it gives us
there's a lot of added benefits though too, and so he'll hit on a couple now.
Okay. In addition to the budget development, it has a module that will perform multi-year CIP planning, as well as facilitate development of the CIP plan document. So what will happen with this is departments will submit their project requests via standard form in the application, and we'll have ability to track all these requests and then from year to year track what's been funded and not funded. Let's go to performance. All right. So with the performance dashboards, what this will do, this is unique to each user. You can set up which of these charts you want to see specific to your department. So they'll display both financial and non-financial data. This data will be pulled in daily or weekly, however you have it set up to update. This will allow the users to easily analyze the data on a daily basis without having to download reports manually, or in some cases, like we do with SAP now, is import and manipulate the data in an Excel file. This feature will have internal and external uses, as these different charts you see within the dashboard can be displayed on the website in departmental pages.
And this is a perfect example of the Gilbert 2.0 reference, right? You know, we want department heads to have a sense of ownership around their budget, and we want them to have access to real-time information as much as possible. And so we think that'll best put department heads or managers or whoever has access to this in a better position to make decisions on a day-to-day basis on, you know, things like overtime, how they manage that. You know, currently it's a very manual process where, you know, they literally have to call finance, you know, and it might take finance, you know, some time to gather some of that information. And so this would really give that information to department heads and put some of the onus on them to ensure that they're, you know, not overspending, they're properly tracking their expenditures. You know, finance and Gilbert and his team can't be the only ones, you know, that are worrying about, you know, overspending or doing this or that. You know, we really need to allow some of that responsibility to extend across the board, except right now it can be very difficult. And so this software and this feature specifically will help us achieve that.
Now, touching back on the budgetary and financial reporting, while the budget book can be put together as simple as a click of the button, we have that feature available even with our like for instance our quarterly financial reporting. Again, when we developed the framework and on a quarterly basis, you know, those charts and schedules will all update automatically. And again, it's just a matter of updating some of that narrative. So there's a couple of options here that OpenGov allows for when it comes to the reporting. So the first way would be kind of similar to what we see now, where you have basically a print version or what you see in the PDF document. Another way to view it is what you see here on this sheet, and there's another slide later with maybe a better view of it. But you can look at, you can have different views set up. For instance, this one here has one where it asks, you know, some common questions like how much money does the city collect in property tax on an annual basis? You can click it and it's going to generate a graph showing tax revenue collection over the past couple of years. And again, this is something that can also be put out onto the website, can be used by the citizens to manipulate and view the data how they would like to see it.
And it'll also help us, you know, with quarterly reports. You know, I've had conversations with some of you about, you know, our quarterly reports and putting them in a format that's quick and easy to understand. And right now it's a labor of love, you know, to put these quarterly reports together for the same reasons that have been described before about the manual labor intensive process behind them. And so because of that, our quarterly reporting has been inconsistent to a certain extent. Just because, you know, staff availability, time, et cetera, plays a role in it. So having the software will allow us to be very I guess, a little bit more timely with when those quarterly reports become available. Hopefully, they're easier to understand. You can pop up online. You know, we can share them with you via email a little bit easier. So it'll just help with that. Internally, if we wanted to look at it monthly, we could set it up. You know, it just gives us a lot of flexibility to do that.
Question, I know he's got more to present, could I? One thing, I really like your new format, but I like the presentations you did, and it would be nice if they were married into one thing, because the budget is more than a financial thing. It should be something that people can look at and say, this is the fire
Right.
department, and these are their performance metrics. These are their revenues. Can that happen with the software?
And that's one thing
He's-
right now.
Yeah, that's the slide he's on right now.
Right.
Okay.
Right, so the departmental stories feature, this will be something that gets pushed out to the website and can also be used to develop reports as what you're seeing here for the budget process. And what this will do is it'll take some of those charts again that you saw on the dashboard, certain performance metrics that are being tracked and put those there. And then the departments themselves can go in and manipulate some of the narrative to explain certain expenditures that they're making and then how each of these can tie back to the priorities in the 2035 comp plan. So it allows for that transparency.
Including the metrics.
Including the metrics.
And one thing I don't think he's touched on, that one advantage of this is that it's going to be loaded with the 2035 metrics, the objectives that we have. So when the budget is formulated or developed, they're going to be tied to each one of those. So there's a connection there. And we're not trying to do, pull teeth and figure out which is what. Along with other master plans.
And these are just some screenshots of the application itself, but I'll skip to what Gilbert was just talking about. And this is the strategic initiative module. So like you said, we'll upload the priorities that were outlined in the 2035 comp plan. We can tie certain budgets, certain requests that are made by the departments to each of these priorities. And then we'll be able to push out a page similar to what you're seeing here to the website to provide some transparency to the public on how, on the status of each of these goals, the things that we're doing to achieve the goals. Let's see. And this also includes a link that you can use to go back to those performance measures that we're using to tie to the priority. For instance, with economic growth, it could be a goal for adding commercial businesses or let's say if you're tying something to a 380 agreement, what the number of jobs that were created or sales tax revenue that was generated from the site. So overall, this application will be a powerful tool for staff for increasing efficiency and transparency in budget development, CIP planning, reporting, and tracking of the priorities outlined in the 2035 comp plan. Are there any questions?
It delivers everything you said. It's great. Absolutely great. I think they got.
I think staff been going through the process the past 7 months.
We started last year, probably in the summertime, but with OpenGov, we've probably been looking at them for the better part of this year, the last 6 months at least.
What's the conversion and the actual implementation of this going to be like? Will the data be pulled in or will it be manually put in? How long will it take?
What they have told us is that we're looking at a 2 to 3 month implementation period. So we would start, if this is approved, as soon as we could in October to be ready to go for the next budget process for the 22 budget. And now, as far as the data being pulled in, they have a specific way that they need the reports to be generated. For instance, from SAP will be the primary one. So what we're working through with that is getting that report put together, and they'll be able to link in, which that would probably be something that maybe James could explain. I'm not sure if he's gone through that discussion with them yet, but they'll be able to pull that data on a nightly basis. So every morning when you come into work, look at your dashboard, it's gonna be updated data.
Thank you.
Okay, so just the overview for 21, 22, and beyond. Of course, we implement the new budget software program and the HRIS, upgrade our electronic storage system to Laserfish Rio, and replace our firewalls and upgrade our wireless equipment. Any other questions before I move on to 53Com Communications? Okay. So 53 Communications is our radio management. And so our goals and objectives on there is obviously radio management and interoperability. That's a big important part with interoperability because this is the only way. It's a very expensive solution. And if we can have more people join and get involved in it, then we can share some of that cost. Our system uptime has been 99.99%. Active calls, we are seeing a significant increase. One of the things when we talked about interoperability was this year, Jackson County, City of Jackson County actually came onto our system. And so we anticipate that's going to increase their calls. Interoperability also is we're also adding in additional radio channels that are being utilized by all the other enforcement agencies in the surrounding ones. So for instance, ATF was another one. We brought a interoperability to you earlier this year to allow ATF to be able to utilize our system. So they're getting on the system too. So we anticipate that traffic to increase. So our proposed budget, personnel benefits pretty much stayed relatively flat. Maintenance increased, contractual services went down, and interdepartmental went up. So we had and then of course capital outlay increased by $48,440. Our total one-time expenditures increased by $59,210, and we'll talk about the variances coming up. So personnel benefits, that was health premium insurance. Maintenance, we had a price increase for a renewal of the Motorola system. So just to remind council, our Motorola radio system, we signed a 2-year agreement with them. And part of that 2-year agreement is a 3% price increase. I also remind council that the last price increase we actually got from Motorola was in 2016. We were able to hold them on the 2018 to no price increase. So this is actually, if you were to break it out over a 4-year period, it's even less than that. But that is an increase on there. Contractual services went down. 2020 included tower retentioning. That's typically done every 5 years. We did do a retentioning right after the hurricane. However, this retentioning will be more to inspect the blocks that are holding the guide wires, tension wires, and going from and checking those. Interdepartmental, of course, I'm charging myself, IT department charges on that aspect. Yep, thank you. Okay. And capital outlay is a T1 to Ethernet migration. So this has to do with AT&T has been migrating everybody over and trying to get everybody off copper lines. T1 is copper, and so they're not replacing any of the copper lines. So currently at our sites that we have T1 circuits to there, and since they're not replacing them, we basically have to use the circuits they have available. The site at our South Tower, there was a significant cut last year, and it took them about a week to find a usable pair of copper that we could use. So this will migrate us over to fiber. And of course, we will get some benefits out of that, is that it will be reliability. We're not going to have to deal with copper circuits that are, degrading. And the other thing too is that with fiber, we can do fiber on demand, so we can increase bandwidth for about the same cost going to those sites. Also on our contractual services, we have proposed a R56 audit. So an R56 audit is grounding and bonding of the site. So this is typically done on a 10-year basis. The last time this was done was basically about October 28, 2010. And so what this does is basically we have our South Tower, we have a 500-foot tower, and all the cables are going into that building from that 500-foot tower. And what we're able to do on this audit is actually to make sure that everything is properly grounded. Because if we take a lightning strike, we literally will lose millions of dollars worth of equipment inside that building. So we will, conduct this audit. It's recommended to do this every 10 years. And then there could be something to where next year, based upon their findings, we may have to do some mitigation to handle that. Capital outlay was $48,440. That was radio user licenses was increased on there. We are seeing our increase on our licensing, so it's necessary to go up on that. And then, of course, the T1 to Ethernet migration was also a one-time charge. So that was an increase of $59,210. So Communications Beyond is complete the T1 audit, T1 to Ethernet migration project, and then complete the R56 audit. And any questions? Okay.
I got the last presentation. I promise it's not going to take long. A lot of stuff you already heard of it, but I want to take a few comments before that. I appreciate all the department heads taking ownership of the budget. Of course, there's one or two out there that blame me for it, but it's okay. That's why I'm here. Either way, health fund, real quick. A lot of the stuff you already heard, and especially in Jesus' presentation, the beginning part. And the goals and objectives are pretty straightforward. You know, we want to have a health plan that's very competitive. You know, it's self-funded, especially when we're obligated with the liability ourselves. Second of all is that we want to create it for the 2021, a reoccurring mechanism to fund our healthcare, as we made a presentation earlier this year. And as you well know, one of the deals that we did, we have a $1 million increase in cities' health premiums, okay? 73% of that cost is general fund. That's over $800,000. I was able to put everything as reoccurring except $400,000, which is in general fund. Our objective is that this year we use it as $400,000 one time, you know, but next year, one of the goals is to bring that $400,000 from reoccurring from one time to reoccurring. And then as you look through the budget, especially if you see some of the excess revenue over recurring expenditures, some of the philosophy there is that it's to try to mitigate that cost for next year, not to use it all up right now. Does that make sense? Second of all is that one of the biggest items that we're doing right now, I want to let Cheryl talk about it, is that, as you well know, we hired Lawton this past few months ago. And one of the big things we're doing right now is going from RP for several different type of medical and dental services, and how we can also rein in some of that cost and benefit from this current market right there. And I want to let her talk about what you can expect in the coming months and going forward with this process. Cheryl, can you jump in there real quick? Thanks.
So good evening again. So one of the aspects that we tasked Lockton with right off the bat as our new benefit consultants was to go to market and shop for every line of benefit that we offer. One, we wanted to make sure that we were market competitive. Two, we wanted to also look at what else is being offered out there from employers that we were not offering that maybe we need to take a look at. So they have done that work. That is complete. We had our first meeting on that feedback and sort of what to expect come plan year 21 based on their recommendations. That meeting was just with HR. We fine-tuned a little bit of our feedback on that. We have a meeting with the city manager's office and our finance director, Gilbert, on July 15th. And that's all prepping for us to come forward to you in the first meeting in August and recommend then what Plan 21 will look like with Lockton's recommendations. So any questions on that? Some good things are happening. That's all I can tell you. So, thank you.
On the expense side, basically, you know, we got some medical claims. I'm assuming that it's going to go up. I inflated by 6%. And the other item that you can see there that caused the big variance is the stop loss. As you recall, a few months ago, we went through the process, bid out. And the reason it's higher than normal is because we added a longer extension of payment plan on. In other words, we cover ourselves a little longer in the process. With that said, this is the big picture. As you know, I'm not going to go through it. We've been declining on fund balance. Where our objective is stop that decline, which one is that we have to a point that we got a reoccurring mechanism in place that we can guarantee ourselves we generate some claims, some costs to address these claims. Second of all, high deductible plans are working. That was implemented the first year in 2017. 17? High deductible, the first one. 14, but then we did to a double deductible. It takes time until the program starts working. And I can show you in the next slide that our claims are being managed, but in other words, we're sharing some of the costs here as well. As you can tell here, the red line is your claims, the blue line, I guess, is your revenue. The objective of this slide is to see, for 2020, we're making a nice balance in there. And then from 2021, with the current way of trend, if we go with the high deductible forward, or we continue to manage our claims as we expected, that everything's looking well so far, for once in a lifetime, we're going to be back to where we were in the 2014, that we can have a more positive view on our health fund and eventually start increasing our working capital and reserve. Now, one of the things you can see later, and probably some benefits also might be added to mitigate some of these costs too as well, too. Because our first objective, get that money in there, get that cash flow. Second is come up with some type of program where you can mitigate and manage some of these cost claims and identify those problem areas and try to help those people. Does that make sense? Okay.
Gilbert, do you see or project a decrease in medical claims for this year due to COVID?
COVID? Well,
Correct.
it's interesting.
Because of doctor's visits, elective surgeries not being done for a period of time?
That's absolutely true. I can see that, but I give you the flip side of the coin.
Well, I know it's going to raise back up.
Well, no, yeah, that's true. But as an HR director, I can tell you that in the past months, since I had to make these projections, we had some cases, not COVID, but some higher costs that is going to hit our stop loss. So yeah, you're right that we have I don't want to call it benefit, that's not a good word, but our cost is probably lower.
Sure.
But at the same time, we had some outstanding cases that they're going to hit our 2 or 3 of them going to hit that stop loss that's causing that kilter. So whatever I gain here, might end up losing this side. Does that make sense? But overall, I might end up losing. But your comment is correct.
However, without COVID, it would have been,
Well,
it could have been even worse.
well, COVID I think my claims will be less than last year. Because we've been following Lockton's monthly report, and that's one thing I like about this company. We get monthly reports, and it kind of tie back to my numbers. If it ties back to my numbers, damn, they're good. So it's a check and balance I never had, because you deal with medical expenses that I don't know what's going to be next day or next year. It's like, but at least you got a trend being developed, and you got a comfort zone. You got a friend next to you. I feel comfortable with that. Anyway, did I answer your question? You want to ask something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing to Dr. Young's comments. So there is some additional COVID expense in the health plan. One of that is telemedicine, because we opened that wide up and it's at no cost to our employees to tap into that. Some of that, though, we might be able to get reimbursed with the CARES Act on. And so we're exploring those options. There's even some indication that we might be able to file those COVID claims and get reimbursed on that as well. So we're exploring that with Lockton as a possibility with the CARES refund and the reimbursement.
Thank you.
Good deal. Last slide I want to show you is that, again, our premiums increased quite a bit. You can see that. Where's the laser thing on this thing? Right here. Right here. This is the increase right there to the city. Employees stayed the same, neutral. We didn't touch them at all. So, for example, let's take employee family, high deductible one. The total premium is about $2,700. Cities went up by 66%. Employees stayed the same, whatever they're paying right now. We didn't touch it. So when you do all that and you do an analytical analysis on that, that's your $1 million right there that we increased the funding mechanism to make sure everything works out in the coming years. So I want to make sure everybody understand, employees not going to see 1 penny increase in their premiums. Cities is absorbing all the costs. And hopefully in the future, we can hopefully mitigate or keep these rates pretty stable. But that's why we hire Lockton to do this actuary. And that's very important, folks. I didn't say y'all, I say folks. So we need to do more like an annual basis actuary studies on these rates and be honest about these rates. And then, okay, and I know there's politics, it's funding and everything else involved, but at least we know what's out there on the table and what needs to be addressed and how, if we skip 1 year, what's going to happen the following year if we don't do anything too as well. So, but we have to be up in front about these rates and not longer put it in the closet and not look at it anymore. So annually, we still have to do these actuaries and really address these things. Are we on the right track? And have a foresight. We don't want to wait 5 years, 10 years like we did before and try to do a huge increase. Okay? With that said, any other questions?
It was more of a comment, but because some people that are watching are not as familiar with the budget
Yes,
and
ma'am.
all this as we are. And you commented that there would be no increase to our employees' part, but I just want to stress, or maybe you can mention again, it more than doubled last year, probably tripled, or
The rates?
the rates
Yes, ma'am.
that the employees are paying. And that's already in place.
No,
And so,
with the rates that are in place that they paid, any increase on the rates, for example, as you see on the slide, the employees stayed the same. We didn't touch their rates. It's stagnant. It doesn't. If it doubles, we're picking the cost up.
right.
So again, no cost to the employee. The cost is on the city side.
No additional cost.
No additional costs. I can put my name on that one.
Gilbert, you said that every year you're going to be looking at the study. Does that mean that we're going to have to call Lockton, or this actuary study that we have, we can use over and over?
Thank you, Ms. Elise. Part of the service that having locked in our benefit is that at any given time, Cheryl or I can call them and say, we like to have a refreshed view on these rates. They have actuaries on staff where I actually met the folks and everything else. And believe me, CPAs and actuaries don't click, but this one clicked a little bit. So we can call anytime and ask for, right now they did this about a couple of months ago. And I guarantee you, and the caliber of people they're going to do it anyway if we're asked or not, if they're smart enough. But, that's going to be done on an annual basis too, because you have to do something like this to move forward. It's no difference any type of actuary report you do, like my OPEB accounts and everything else. So it's logical to do something like that. Yes, ma'am. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it on the health fund. I don't plan to go over. It's going to be 9 o'clock. Moving forward, as Cheryl said, we're going to aggressively do the RP and go forward with that, bring it back to council, and continue to have a competitive health fund. Okay?
Thank you.
Last one, as real brief, is purchasing, print shop, and safety management. I got thrown with safety management. I might need Cheryl's help. But anyway, first of all, goals and objective, continue to provide services to our internal and external customers. Technology, continue to look forward and how we can not try to add more costless technology. See how we can use current technology to kind of mitigate some of these, the process and everything else. Provide a safety culture for the whole employees by our safety management. Continue to provide safety courses, training, identify injuries in order to reduce our costs in the future, because their costs for workman's comp related to that. I went fast on that. There you go again. One thing on performance measurement, I want to close on saying this is that one of the objectives, I don't think we've said this enough, is that I know you've seen a lot of department heads throw performance measurements up there, and that's great. But they're numbers, but you got to tie those numbers to something. One of our objectives down the road is kind of have these metrics tie into the budget. How they translate, what does this mean to the citizens of Victoria and related to maybe a return or something? Not necessarily return in dollars, but how this integrates to the budget numbers. So hopefully the system and everything else will help us push that forward and translate that for y'all. For example, I can throw 1,000 hours up there. Okay, what does that mean? So hopefully in the future, this is the first step. And as we move forward, I know Mr. Jesus, Mr. Garza, we're looking at performance measurement to expand it and to develop. Which one I said there? Which one you like better? Okay. Okay. I could have said JAG, but it's all right.
Hey, I love my initials.
I know. But anyway, that's one of the features we want to move forward, because we still, I think that's where a city needs to go. I don't know if you heard the word performance budgeting in a way, because that's also tied to performance metrics. So that's me, I like that kind of stuff. And that's also citizens. You can tell citizens why your tax rate is this, and this is why it's being serviced. Anyway, I don't want to prolong myself on that, but I think that's one step forward, and we still got a couple more to do. But one of so moving on these three departments, the overall expenditures decreased by $68,000 overall. And the main reason for that is basically we had I think Mr. Garza at JAG earlier talked about how we can consolidate some departments. And one of the benefits from this consolidation is that we reduce the personnel from the print shop, and that's the results there, $69,000 plus benefits. In addition to that, one of the objectives that we started initiative this past year is to combine the warehouse into purchasing and also transfer, I don't know if you recall, but we had a warehouse, where's that location at? Pine Street. We used to have it out there, everybody used to go out there and everything else. We brought it into 700 Main, and we kind of had purchasing and warehousing there. As a result of that, it shrinked our warehousing needs. And we kind of pushed out that requirement to the departments, okay, if you need a little extra, maybe we need to start pushing out contracts for the annual basis to service you. So we're looking at ways so where we can just squeeze that penny and find other way to minimize the cost. Does that make sense to y'all? Okay. Contractual services, basically that here is our TML insurance that went up this past year. And I can tell you basically that's on our vehicle side, majority of that. That was expected. We had a lot of vehicles that were damaged, not necessarily our fault, but it's just part of the deal. And we had some bad luck this past few months or year. So not only that, you also had a little bit on comprehensive plan, not comprehensive plan. Workers' comp. General liability insurance, we just went through a hurricane, okay, folks? And we belong to TML. So we all have to share that love of everybody got paid out. So their premiums went up on that too as well. So that's part of that. As for everything else, it's pretty straightforward. I'm not going a little fast. There's no one time for this year. And I'll leave it as that, ladies and gentlemen. But I appreciate your time. If you've got any questions, I'll tell you what, doors are open anytime. Pick up the phone, come by. I can buy you a coffee, or Jesus will buy it, and we can talk. Jesus, you got closing comments?
Not really. I'll just say, thank you for your guidance, your suggestions, your feedback on the budget document. I know some of you have already reached out with some specific feedback. We've already scheduled some meetings, one-on-ones, to discuss some feedback. As Gilbert mentioned, open door policy. We want to make sure that this document, by the time we get to August and formally, go through the formal budget hearings, the formal tax hearings, that it's as completed as much as possible. And we know that we can't do that without your input. And so thank you for the input so far, and thank you in advance for the feedback you'll provide here in the next few weeks, hopefully. So with that concludes the budget workshops. Happy to entertain any questions. I actually quickly ran over to the other building right now, and there's actually a bunch of directors still waiting in the lobby in the other building. They're waiting just in case you all have questions. And so we should probably just mess with them and just ask them.
Well, I'd like to thank them all.
Well, one thing, it's obvious the incredible amount of man hours and work that goes into this, and I appreciate all that effort from you and your staff. And the more information you can share with us, obviously, it makes our job easier in finally adopting a budget. And thank all of you very much. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody, but I want to bring up a point. We put off the CIP, and I know these are difficult times because of COVID. There is extra money over the reserve, and there will be COVID funds that come in. And streets were the number one item that people care about in the 2035 plan. In the plan before it, it was the number one item. Just like healthcare was sort of a stepchild and it wasn't really taken care of, finally now it's going to be a reoccurring thing. Over the years, I've seen the maintenance go up for streets, and that's great. We have a new pothole truck, and that's great. But we don't treat actually fixing streets as something that needs to be done every year and money put in it every year. It's the first thing we cut. It's a stepchild, just like the healthcare fund was. I would like to see in the next budget that money is put into a capital fund every year for streets. It can start out small. If it's not used, it needs to go to the next year. But we fund police, we fund fire, we're funding health now. That was a stepchild before. Streets should not be a stepchild.
Right, and we do some of that already, but I think the technical difference is that we categorize it as one time.
Right.
And thus, it is, as you suggest, easier to cut an item that is classified as a one-time
Right,
as opposed to
exactly.
something that is classified as recurring. And so if I'm understanding you correctly, the classification of one-time for streets, you would like to see that classified as recurring so that it's something that we actually push for every year as opposed to potentially cut. That's one item. And we can certainly look at changing, how we classify those elements. But we need to understand the confines that we work with, right? And it's
understand that.
obviously, at the end of the day, much easier to cut something that's not going to impact somebody's life with our organization by letting people go or something to that effect. That's why sometimes that's easier to do, right? The second point, which is a philosophical conversation for council to take up at some point, is that we do have the 25% fund balance requirement. And you're right that, we obviously sometimes budget above that. Our auditing numbers come in above that 25%. And so at that point, it's really a philosophical conversation as to how close do we want to get to that 25% in budgeting that difference. And, that's a conversation for another day, but ultimately that's what you're suggesting is that we actually budget more money that we're getting and close the gap close the gap of the cushion that we've intentionally left in there and put it towards streets.
Well, yes, but there's other ways too. For example, in this budget, you took money that was transit money and you put it to sales tax corporation, so it's no longer in the general fund. You saved money that way. You saved some money, you moved appearance to a enterprise fund.
Right.
That's money you saved in the general fund. But
Yeah.
that money was used for, I don't know what that money, where it all got spread
Sure.
around.
But
And I
keep in
underst-
mind,
Let me finish. I understand that this is a different time because of COVID, and we don't know what's gonna happen the next few months. We don't even know what's gonna happen next year. But if we come up with an excess, we should be using it for streets. But we need to treat it, we need to put money in that fund every year and not pretend that we can just take money out of it. We need to find, if we have to find other things or efficiencies somewhere else, we need to work on that. Because it's the number one priority of people that live in Victoria, and we can't treat
Right.
it as a stepchild. And I understand your point, you've got to come up with the money somewhere.
sure.
But just
Well, and I
like
would argue.
you came up with the
Sure.
healthcare fund money.
Well, and I would argue that the number one issue is public safety, right? Which is why
Right.
55% of our general fund budget is public safety.
Right.
Right? So clearly what's priority for the public and for you as council is public safety, as the majority of our budget goes to that. And so, again, it's a philosophical conversation to have another day about how do we want to allocate our funds. And it's a conversation, quite frankly, that, we were hoping to somewhat have in March in that workshop. But at the end of the day, keep in mind that this next year, we're seeing $1.7 million potentially less in sales tax. And even though, yes, we're making up $600,000 on property tax, doesn't close the gap. Seeing $166,000 decrease in municipal court revenue. And so, while, yes, we might have some excess money this fiscal year, assuming sales tax comes in better than what we projected, it's gonna help us shore up, the cushion that we have leading up to next year.
Even if sales tax doesn't come in better, you have on page 18, you show the fund balance and you show the excessive fund balance, and it's $3,378,000. I'm not saying to use that because of the situation with COVID, but you also have COVID funds that are gonna get added in. If we have that big of a budget overage, and I know COVID is a thing here, but $1 million could be put in a capital fund for streets, and if every year you could do that, then you've got money for streets. You borrow less money,
Right.
That's my point. And yes, we should have this discussion another time.
Yeah, no, I understand streets are important, and so part of the reason why we want to go through all of these master plans is because we want to make sure that when we have the conversation about just allocation of resources, it's with the idea of understanding what all our needs are. Because we know, for instance, that we could easily utilize that $1 million to fix our facilities. We could easily utilize that $1 million to shore up our equipment for public safety, right? I mean, even though we're replacing car vehicles, for instance, for police, they still have a ton of police vehicles that are old. We're adding police officers, but we're not adding police cars, right? So we added 4 positions, but no police cars. And so there's a bunch of other needs within the budget outside of streets that is part of the conversation if we were to have a conversation about how to use those excess funds. But with that said, though, yes, ma'am?
I'm having difficulty understanding the full statement that Mr. Lofgren is making, because we have a capital improvements program that has in it years of expected street improvements and the cost. And yes, we've put it off, but that doesn't mean we've canceled it or it's gone away. We'll have to look at when we do various things. But we've got that. We have street maintenance in the budget. And then we do put one time, which are basically where we're, I believe, funding those capital improvements. So whether, that's almost semantics, whether you call it a one-time charge because we're doing it in that year, or whether you say we're going to put it into the general fund and then pay that capital improvement out of the general fund. Am I following kind of what you're saying? No, and that's why.
It's treated as a one-time fund because when we get the money or we have debt capacity, then we get the money from sales tax corporation, we put it in the capital fund and maybe we fund roads. It's not, so it's changes every time. We never take general fund money, a certain amount, and put in there. It would be nice if the excess you're gonna have those excesses certain years and use it. But we don't treat it as something that we're always gonna put money into that fund for.
So you're
We do
looking,
that for the police, we do that for the fire. Now we're doing it for the health fund. We're actually funding the health fund. Before we weren't funding it the way it needed to be. So we had to do one-time things, but now it's reoccurring. So it's part of the budget going forward. Street should be part of the budget every year. We have 323 miles of streets, okay? We're putting it off because of COVID, but we should have money set aside every year to fix a certain amount of streets. We don't. We do it in lump sums.
I think one conversation at some point needs to have is just what it means to fix a street.
Right.
Because the implication that somehow we don't invest a specific amount of money to quote-unquote fix a street would be inaccurate, because we could argue that a seal coat is fixing the street. And so if what you're suggesting is complete reconstruct projects,
To me, that's maintenance.
then that's different.
To me, that's maintenance. I'm talking about reconstructing streets, okay? That's maintenance. And there should be a maintenance fund, and money should be put in it and used for maintenance. But for actually reconstructing streets where when we get the street report, it's gonna be interesting how many streets that need to be fixed. If we put money in there every year.
Right. And it'll be even more interesting once Kevin with Verdunity gets his hand on that information, comes back and provides the last phase of his report, which will tell you how much revenue per acre we would need to come up with in order to pay for these streets out of pocket, which will clearly show that we can't afford it, which will then clearly show that we need to have conversations about a strategy on prioritization, a strategy about issuance of debt, or whatever other strategy that we want to go for.
Well, I look forward to that conversation. My point is, if we set money aside every year for capital, for actually fixing streets,
but spend it.
then we're not treating it as a one-time thing where all of a sudden we get some money and we fix it. We get debt capacity, then we fix it. It should be just like, we don't borrow to take care of the police department. We don't wait until we have money to then fund the police department. And streets should be treated the same way. Just like the health care fund.
Right.
Should be, we should take care of it every year and not wait, and then we need to put money in it.
Mark, are you asking to raise the tax rate? Then
No,
try to
not
No,
necess-
no, but then
no.
try to save the money and put it in a piggy bank, but not use it until we accumulate something.
Well, no, because there's streets to fix every
Mr.
year.
Mayor, point of order, did you not gavel us out already?
Well, I think this is an important discussion to have. And I think, don't we have a workshop coming up
Fine.
soon?
So if you're referring to the longer, larger quarterly workshops, yeah, we are trying to find a date in July.
And I think it deserves a lot of time and consideration. I think everybody's just exhausted right now. But I don't want to drop the conversation. I think it's an important one to have. But I think if we can put that on the agenda for a portion of that workshop, we can actually have a good discussion of it to where everybody understands what, I kind of understand where you're coming from.
Right. Well,
And,
quite frankly, it would be worthwhile waiting
right.
for the street assessment to be completed, which will be presented at a council meeting in August. So that might be another avenue to have a conversation about streets, once we have the results of that. And then again, once Kevin does the final stage of his report, would be another trigger of an opportunity for us to have the conversation about streets, as opposed to talking about it in July and not having this data.
Right. And I can also share some conversations that people who have called me about it, that I've had conversations with, and share some of their comments as well about it. And I'm sure we all have those things to share. So anyway, if you don't mind, I've got a wife at home wanting to eat. Hit it again.